Good morning, everyone. I know a lot of people are going to join us during the day, but in the interest of time, we should get started because otherwise we can't do justice to the paper presentations and the proceedings of the day. So, a very good morning and welcome to everyone gathered here. It's my privilege to open this conference and extend a warm greetings to all the delegates. We are honored to have guest speakers, such as Professor Anand Kumar and Professor Asha Sarangi, research scholars like all of you. We also have the members of the Rudolph family who have joined us virtually. Jenny, Amelia, thank you so much for joining us. It's indeed a great pleasure. I know it's at a very inconvenient time for you, but thank you so much for taking time to join us.
Our pleasure.
Our pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So before we talk about the conference, I thought I'll take a few minutes of yours to introduce the center to you, especially those who are joining us for the first time. So the center in Delhi was launched in 2014 and serves as a base for research, teaching, and dialogue among scholars from the University of Chicago, scholars from India, and around the world. It builds on a long and rich history of intellectual collaboration between Chicago and India. One of UChicago's 6 global centers, it provides as a platform for faculty, students, and alumni to engage across disciplines. Over the past decade, we have hosted more than 1,200 programs, partnered with 250 collaborators, and welcomed more than 50,000 visitors. The center also hosts some of UChicago's high-impact research and policy institutes. The Energy Policy Institute of Chicago's India chapter, affiliated to the Institute of Climate and Sustainable Growth, is based out of the center. Development Innovation Lab, which is affiliated to the Social Science Division and spans across multiple schools in Chicago, is also located here. Data Policy Innovation Center, which is affiliated to the Applied AI Center in the Booth School of Business, is also based out of the center. International Innovation Core, a fellowship program, which is affiliated to the Harris School of Public Policy, is also based out of here. So you know that we have a wide range of programs. We are sector agnostic. We work across disciplines. But our engagement with the arts and humanities is a very, very important part of our work. And some of our distinguished alumni are here. You should take some time to interact with them during the day. Tista, Asha, and several others. India has long been a focal point for UChicago scholars, contributing significantly to the development of schools like the Divinity School, Department of South Asian Languages and Civilizations. Some of our faculty directors, Professor Gary Tubb, who served as the founding faculty director of the center, also chaired the SALC department and played a key role in shaping its academic direction and collaborations in India. Over the subsequent years, the center has been led by notable faculty from the university like Professor Deepesh Chakrabarti, Mark Hansen, and others. We have been able to deepen our academic presence and connections through the Provost Faculty Awards, which enable scholars from Chicago to work with their academic counterparts and collaborators in India. Over the past decade, we have been able to support more than 25 projects in the area of arts and humanities, and our engagement has continued through recent projects in the areas like print culture, translation studies, language preservation, cinema, and media studies. Some of the projects which may be of interest to audience here are Translating Ambedkar, Theorizing Annihilation of Caste from a Multilingual Perspective, which was led by Eleanor Rimbaud from the Department of Anthropology. The other project on lexical data and grammars for endangered tribal and minority language of South Asia, which was led by Professor James Nye. Asha was a part of that conversation when we hosted here. Then there were several conferences and academic discussions which were led by Kaushik Sundarajan from the Department of Anthropology, Professor Lisa Wadeen from the Department of Political Science. I remember the whole series on global capitalisms, which were hosted in different parts of the country. Crossing Borders workshop, which Professor Lisa Wadeen had collaborated, in fact, with JNU and CSDS. So we are so very grateful to all of you for extending your support and enabling us to forge those collaborations. Apart from these, the center has also been organizing very high impact academic discussions with scholars in India and around the world. I'll share a couple of them, which may be of interest to this audience. One of them was the Chicago School of Thought. In fact, the name was proposed by Professor Asha. It was a virtual workshop series to highlight and generate interest in the breadth of research methodologies established and emerging across disciplines in the School of Social Sciences and Humanities. It ran for 3 months and had 5 sessions with Professor Asha Sarangi as the inaugural session speaker, sharing her insights on interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research methods in political science. Featuring distinguished academic experts from India and Chicago, the series fostered engaging, insightful, and thought-provoking discussions around research methodologies across disciplines such as political science, anthropology, law, social work, linguistics, and economics. We had organized a similar event like this in the memory of late Professor C.M. Naim. We brought together a group of leading voices in literature, translation, and academia to celebrate the life and legacy of late Professor C.M. Naim. The session featured Professor Ravikant, Sufia Siddiqui, Sukrita Paul Kumar, Akshanda Jalil, Mohammad Farooqi, each of them reflecting on Naim's profound influence on Urdu and South Asian literary thought. Well, meaning I can spend a day talking about the work that we have done in this field, but I will pause here and welcome all of you once again. And I hope, like everyone else in my team, that this conference would provide fresh perspectives and enable us to forge collaborations with many more intellectuals, scholars, and institutions in Chicago. Thank you once again for joining us. Now I request Professor Asha Sarangi, who is well known to all of us, to come and take the session forward. We'll start the inaugural session now. Thank you.
Thank you, Lenny, for taking us through the journey of 12 years of the Delhi Center of University of Chicago. Before I share my loving memories, intellectual as well as emotional, about my teachers, mentors, Professor Lloyd and Susanne Rudolph, it will be difficult for me to think that they are no more here. They are no more with us. But this is not what I want to say. Let me first thank everybody, say good morning to everyone, particularly to Jenny and Amelia, with whom I have spent several evenings over dinners and lunches at dear Rudolph's place. I was part of their family, so it even makes me feel more emotional at the moment. A big thanks to Lenny and Jubakshi for putting it together. I think when we were thinking that the Delhi Center of University of Chicago should do something, and Lenny and I always talk about the things that we should do, the thought that came to my mind was that it has been 10 years since Lloyd and Susanne left us, and we should do something in their memory to celebrate their work, their life, and what we can remember of them in times of our life at the moment. So a planning of this kind of an event after 10 years of their passing away is special for all of us who are gathered here. And I really wanted to do it for the students because I think this generation of students didn't have the chance to see them and meet them and talk to them. But they have been engaging with their work, writing, and it will be really interesting to hear how they engage with their writings. And also to do it at the center is special for us because this center was their brainchild. In fact, I remember when they came to India in 2014, I think sometimes in April, to receive the Padma Award. Both of them, as you know, got Padma Bhushan Award individually, collectively. There was a standing ovation at this center. Center had just been set up So we were having several events related to the inauguration of the center. And Rudolph's presence added so much glamour to it. So since Lenny asked me to do something about the center, so I thought one way to remember Rudolphs is to think through their works more intensely and more engagingly. Now we, in India, even before I went to Chicago, always addressed them as Rudolphs. People thought it was one name, but then later on we all realized they were two merged into one another. So how do we remember them today after 10 years of their passing away? I think academics never pass away, never leave us, because their ideas continue to reverberate, their thoughts and their works for the younger generation are always carried forward, and particularly in the field in which they worked so intensely, so intimately, the discipline of political science, I think continues to engage with their work. And I wanted to do a primarily student-centered workshop today, and I'm sure that they would have been very pleased to see this, because they always brought students into their own life word and system word of academia. Students who worked with them or who were not even directly under their supervision were part of this larger community of scholars that Lloyd and Susanne built around in Chicago, in India, and wherever they were. I must also say at the very beginning that it's not possible, it's not even fair to talk about Rudolph's work, writings, that they produced over a long, sustainable life of 6 decades. So how do we really begin to then talk about the rich sort of set of writings that they have left behind? There's so many different ways in which we can talk about Rudolphian scholarship. I think each of the paper that is going to be presented today has taken one or the other conceptual and thematic framework into account. Because they were someone whose writings constantly evolved. They worked on a number of areas. But still you could find some kind of a thematic unity in terms of its conceptual provenance, in terms of its methodological pluralism, a concept they continuously sort of favored, and in terms of the rich empirical and historical embeddedness of their ideas. So what we are doing today, we are collecting here to celebrate, to revere, to celebrate their work, their writings, and think of the possibilities in which we can continue to engage with them. And I thought, therefore, the extraordinary intellectuals that they were of their time, the contrapuntal couple that they were, in the sense they thought, they lived, they breathed together, they wrote, they published, they read together, they taught courses together at the University of Chicago. It was something, an amazing experience, both of them teaching a course together. So it was a very, very stimulating environment always to be around them. They, as Suzanne once told me, that our dining tables, and Jenny and Amelia are here, that our dining table conversations were very noisy and loud because we continued to talk. And that happened in their intellectual sort of conversation, as well as other general conversations that one generally talks to. So there's so many thoughts that running through my mind right now. I wish I had a whole day to talk about them. Even then, that will not be enough. And what it highlights is not simply reading them in the books and articles, but the kind of life they exhibited, the kind of intellectual aroma that was around them, which they generously and in a very beautiful way shared with their students, with their colleagues. At the University of Chicago, which you know is one of the most rigorous places to do graduate work, but it was people like Rudolphs who made it just so easy. There used to be, queues, or one had to wait for weeks to get an appointment with them to see. So, I find it very difficult at the moment to begin talking about them, because there's so many things that are rushing through my memory and through my mind. But as mentors, as supervisors, as advisors, as friends, and most of all, as humanist intellectuals. And I do want to emphasize it, because generally in academia, most of the time you meet people who are very harsh, who are very cold, who are not that friendly. And here were these Rudolphs who were just exceptionally, magically friendly and affable. But when it came to guide, to mentor, to supervise, they were hard taskmasters. So if one just quickly go through their work, I'm not going to even try to summarize their work. It's just not possible. But what emerges is the kind of deep sensitivity to the field that they had, in this case, their work on India and South Asia. And I was reading the book, one of the chapters of a book which came out as a fedshrift in their honor, written by Suzanne's brother, Francis Rudolph, that Suzanne always kept notes every time, every single day she made notes. And the iconic phrase that she used when she used to write letters home was, "Dear all." And I also was trying to, just last 2 days, I was trying to not just remember them, but also to dive deeper into these beautiful minds of two exceptional intellectuals. And I was amazed to see the kind of collection that they have donated to University of Chicago Regenstein Library, including their personal and professional collections, enormous collection, because I do remember Rudolph's one telling me that we have so many things and we don't know where to give them. So in this in these, let's say, 6 decades of companionship, intellectual and personal, as academic couple, as individual authors and scholars, you do see Rudolphs engaging with the reality in a very different way. They went against the Western paradigm, the established Western paradigm of modernization. School, they questioned, and Suzanne celebrated as a imperialism of categories, actually was a way to go beyond and question the Western concepts and categories at a time when you had rational choice coming in a big way in the field of political science. So they always swam against the current as if, but were able to sustain their theoretical standpoint in a very rigorous and in a very acceptable manner. Whether it is their work on the state, well-known work here in India that we read for decades and we continue to read, is In Pursuit of Lakshmi. But even before that, which came 30 years after their first major work, Modernity of Tradition, which actually in some way was a trailblazer of their time and still continues, and we'll hear some presentation today, which engages with this theoretical framework of Rudolphian Modernity of Tradition framework. And whether it is Amar Singh Diary, which we as graduate students saw, every time we went to meet them, it was Amar Singh Diary that we were talking about, or Rudolph was so much deep into it. In all of these, and many more that they wrote on Gandhi, and the 3 volumes of Indian Democracy that came in 2006 or so. So almost 24 books and hundreds of articles. How do you make sense of it? How do you engage with it? One of the ways, among many, maybe is the way in which they did their political ethnography of a very serious kind, starting from their first field work in Madras when they came in 1956, And they continued to return to India after every 3 years. I think they had a contract with the University of Chicago that every 3 years they will return, they will take a year off. And University of Chicago agreed, saying that you have to teach one extra course at the University of Chicago for those 3 years. That's how they got 1 year off to come to India. They spent entire year divided into places, Jaipur and Mussoorie. And those places, the Jaipur, Mussoorie, or back home, Bernard, Vermont, or Chicago, 2 homes that they had in Chicago, one, then later on another one, were places where you could see engaging with these 2 brilliant minds over a variety of subjects, whether it is at the dining table or breakfast table. They will be there to listen to you, to some of the ramblings of a graduate student, unsure what you want to do, but they were so patient and ready to listen to all kinds of confusions and so on and so forth. But in almost all their writings, one thing that stood apart was the sense that you got that they were very, very careful, conscientious, if I can use the word, field worker, scholar. And what constantly alarmed them was the way in which India was changing. I remember reading an interview in India Today of April 2014, when they came to receive the Padma Bhushan Award, where Lloyd's interview was published, and Lloyd is very perturbed about Narendra Modi's becoming prime minister, or the elections were about to take place, and I think there was a projection that he will be the prime minister. And among the many things that he said in that interview, one of the things which he said, which actually struck me, was he said that India does not have a uniform sales tax. I said, wow. He said it, and then we ended up with GST. So in some ways, such perceptive minds, so very, in some way, aligned with the realities of this country. So reading and thinking through them also makes us feel what we should be thinking about this country, should be thinking about the community, and so many other things that come to my mind. As I said, they came to India 11 times after every 3 years, and altogether 11 times, and they made their visit much more frequent after retiring from the University of Chicago in 2002, made Jaipur their almost like a home. Not only their homes were beautiful in terms of the aesthetic appeal, but they were such warm hosts. They would invite you always and indulge you in the hospitality that I have not seen with many academics in my life. I was also thinking when I was planning what to say today, that legacy of Lloyd and Susanne Rudolph, that's also in the title of our workshop today, cannot be actually a singular term. They have left behind so much, and left behind with so many of us. Both of them supervised 300 PhDs, and their students are all around the world. Each one of us remembers them in a different way. It was said that everybody wants to have a share of Rudolphs, and they gave each one of their friends, colleagues, students the equal attention, which is impossible sometimes, without ever judging and discriminating in any way possible. So they were egalitarian to the core. They were also one couple who Susanne once told me how when Jenny was very small and she refused to breastfeed her, she said, well, I won't do it, and Lloyd would get up in the middle of the night to prepare the formula milk. They had perfect symphony between them. They had a perfect distribution of work between them. And I could see the kind of love, respect, equanimity between the two, which is really unparalleled. And maybe therefore, they left each other so quick, after each other so quickly. Lloyd, 3 weeks after Susanne passed away, obviously there was no way that they could have been separated from each other. Such kind of a lifelong friendship, a lifelong pursuit of knowledge, but not simply in a very sort of dry, dull academic manner, but a life which was sustained by making new friends and making all the people they came into contact as part of a large family. And they will take extra care to provide the kind of sort of hospitality whenever they invited you. I remember Amelia's wedding in Jaipur too. I was invited with the family. I had 2 small boys at that time, and Susanne was so particular that you must bring them. I said, they're small. No, we'll take care of them. And she made sure that the moment I reached that we had all the comforts well in place. Can you ever remember professors of their stature being so humble, so polite, so caring? And I have hundreds of such events or anecdotes or memories to share, but I won't do that because we have Professor Anand Kumar with us, who also has a lot to talk about them. But Rudolph's generosity, guidance was not limited just to their students. I think the entire department at the University of Chicago, Political Science Department, Committee on Southern Asian Studies, and many other departments, they were truly not only interdisciplinary in their work, but they were also truly friends of colleagues from different departments. That's why when Susanne was chair of the Committee of Southern Asian Studies for many years, or Lloyd chaired the MA program, people just flocked to them. Everybody wanted to go to them and take some advice or the other, because they had a magical power of connecting with the people. And they never hesitated. In a way, there was a sense of frankness and honesty in their conversation, that they would talk about the way Lloyd and Susanne interviewed Nehru and how they prepared for this interview. They didn't want to take the notebook with them and write their questions because they didn't want to get distracted. So they memorized their questions and they practiced it over a long period of time. And Nehru, of course, was in one of the writings I was reading, Nehru gave them an interview which they also didn't make notes. They tried to remember. And when they were going back home, that means in Delhi, they actually began to talk about it so that they can remember it even more, and then they recorded it on a tape recorder, which they can later on transcribe. It seemed to me, whenever I was with them, that they didn't want to waste a single minute of their life. They were very hardworking. I don't know how many hours in a day they slept, because it seemed that they never rested enough. They were more than students prepared for class lectures, because we used to have these class presentations by the students, and each one of us would fumble and stumble upon reading of Weber that Susanne taught for many years in the department. But she was always very alert to point out that you are actually misunderstanding Weber, or for that matter, Gandhi. So such was the life which actually was lived to its fullest, made beautiful with what they believed in, And there was a democratization of the life word and then system word in their scholarship. And I was thinking this morning that they would have been so much at pain to see what is happening to their beloved country, India. Because they did worry about the nature of change that was happening in the political parties, the rise of, let's say, right-wing parties, because they always sort of talked about the future of Indian politics in the centrist politics. What would they have said about SIR, about delimitation, about the centralization that actually they always, throughout their academic career, criticized and favored federalization of power. Their celebrated essay on political economy of federalism comes to my mind. They would have actually given us some hope and some thoughts to think through, that even in these gloomy times, very difficult times, there is a way to move beyond. Because after all, Suzanne's life herself epitomized when she and her mother fled Germany just before the Second World War and came to the United States. So in this context, I mean, if we bring Rudolphs back into our imagination, into our thinking, into our work, into our writing, there is a lot to learn. There's so much to learn from them, so much for the Indian politics to reflect upon, so many perspectives and insights that what is happening around us to make sense of. And I was just thinking about two iconic essays. Of course, they wrote 100 such essays published in so many different places. One was called Modern Hate, How the Ancient Animosities Get Recreated, which they wrote way back, I think, in 2000 or something, during the NDA regime, looking at the way caste and religious violence was increasing. But you see the same phenomena happening much more in front of us now. He also wrote a very beautiful essay called Chaos, which is around the election campaigns and so on and so forth. So before I conclude, all I want to say, as I said, I could go on and on to speak about them as my very beloved mentors, teachers, not just supervisors. I think that's a term I don't like, but who were more than I could have asked for. I was very lucky to have them in my life. And Suzanne oftentimes would advise me how to raise children. I have 2 boys, so she was always very concerned that you must save time, and not like mothers, you should give away all your precious time in raising the children. I can say that they will continue to be remembered in so many different ways. They will remain with us forever, because the discipline of political science will be incomplete without them. And we must engage with their works in much more ways than we have done. And therefore, so many of students of this generation have accepted my call to write their new papers, freshly minted papers, but taking Rudolph's ideas, concepts, framework, theoretical, conceptual, historical, empirical, into account to reflect on their legacy in so many different ways. Thank you, Leni, and thank you, Jubakshi, for making it possible for us to come here and to celebrate Lloyd and Suzanne's legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sarangi. We have Amelia, Jenny, and Matthew here, the children of Lloyd and Susanne Rudolph, and they would just like to give a quick few remarks before we call Professor Anand Kumar on stage.
Hi, everybody. I'll start as the oldest child. We are so honored and delighted that you invited us here. My name is Jenny Rudolph, and I just like to say, Mom and Dad, I think, would be so very happy to know that you are all here. I think it gave them the most profound joy and sense of meaning to know that they were helping and influencing and boosting up other people's careers and helping them find meaning and a pathway in their lives. I think just to let you know a little bit about their legacy for me, I'm also a teacher, actually a teacher of teachers. I work at Harvard Medical School and I train physicians and nurses around the world how to use teamwork and communication to take better care of all of us. And I really enjoy everything that I think I got by osmosis from my parents to care and love teaching. And one last thing I'll say that you all might enjoy is Hamare Mata Bahut Bahut strict थी and हर वेकेशन में हम 3 बच्चों हिंदी का कक्षा अरेंज किया इसलिए हम थोड़ी थोड़ी सी हिंदी बोल सकती हैं अगर मेरा भाई सबसे अच्छा हिंदी बोल सकता much better than mine. But I just wanted to let you know, Mom, among many things, took it very seriously that we would be able to communicate when we were in India. And I'm very glad I have a chance to communicate with all of you.
Thanks, Jenny. I'll go next as the next middle sibling. And I will keep it short because I know you have a long day. I'm sitting here in Oakland, California, and what I was thinking about is how all of us and all their students, but all 3 children, there's a way where our lives were so, I had no idea how much my life was different than other kids, that we would go to India and leave our lives in Chicago and go to India and just be completely there for a year. And I feel like we did this every 4th year for 1 year. We lived in India. And so we did it since we were very, very small up through, I actually went back in college, and how deeply that changed how we saw ourselves in the world as global citizens. And as, for me, I think culturally, I went on to study comparative religion, a lot of which had to do with the influence I had as a kid, seeing such rich culture around me in India. But something about, I see the kids today, I have a child who's in high school, and the world they live in, which is so digital and big in certain ways, but that in a different way, our world, India, was so alive and so vibrant and changed who I am. I'm now an artist, or I am a choreographer and artist, and have a dance company. And I just wanted to say it's so much about the vibrancy they brought to our lives and the sense of being global citizens. So I'll pass it on to the youngest sibling, Matthew, if you want to say something. You are muted if you think you're talking to us. We cannot hear you.
Yeah, now I'm unmuted. Am I now audible?
Yes.
Everybody in the room can hear me too? Yes, great. Well, I've been in that room many times, and it looks familiar. And I think Asha is right that it's a nice tribute, because the establishment and running of the center there was part of a long-term effort. My mother, Suzanne, spent many years running the South Asia Center year after year. One of the biggest pushes every season was, and I think it actually happened every 2 or 3 years, to recertify for the Department of Education Area Studies funding that was what anchored University of Chicago, Berkeley, all major South Asia study centers. And it is important to remember that those are sadly currently under assault in the United States, but the presence of the University of Chicago Center we'll keep that effort alive. And it's wonderful to see that room full of people interested in social science and political science. Asha's gone over all of the wide range of contributions, but one thing I would highlight is the anthropological, public policy, public administration, political science theory, the unity and the ways in which those things spoke to each other and enhanced one another. Forgive me, you guys, I just get a little teary when I talk about my parents. The way those things interacted with each other in Lloyd and Suzanne's work should, I hope, be an inspiration to students and scholars rather than the narrow focus, the ways in which we can learn from each of those different parts. And I know all of them happily continue to be important at the universities in Delhi. So I'd love to highlight that. And then because Amelia and Jenny are right, we should let you guys get on with your day. I'll end with one more humorous point, which was there was a moment when the Times of India had a headline listing the 10 most stolen books from the JNU library. And my father ripped it out of the newspaper, or carefully cut it out, as he always did, and kept it around happily for quite a while, because at that time, the work of Samuel Huntington on the Clash of Civilizations was very popular and was a book that everybody was reading. And my father took great pleasure in the fact that In Pursuit of Lakshmi was a book that was stolen more often than Samuel Huntington's Clash of Civilization. So with that, I'll leave you all. Cheers.
Thank you so much,
Thank you for
Jenny,
having us.
Amelia, and Matthew. Thank you for joining us. Professor Asha, would you like to come and continue the inaugural session? Or, yeah. Professor Anand Kumar, may we request you to come to the stage for your address? I was thinking you could sit here right next to Professor Anand Kumar. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. No, I think Jenny, Amelia, Matthew said something which again brought to me. Lloyd, particularly, not so much Suzanne. As I said, there was a perfect gender equality between the two. Lloyd would read all the newspapers in the morning from 5 o'clock, and Suzanne will make the breakfast. Suzanne said, I don't want to waste time on reading newspaper. He is the one who reads and informs me. But didn't stop there. He will do the cutting of the newspaper articles or whatever was important and distribute it among his students. And he continued to do that throughout. Whenever any article, anything that he thought was of relevance for your research, he will bring it over and give it to you. And there were so many other things, but I don't want to take your time.
Friends, I'm very happy that University of Chicago Center and Professor Asha Sarangi planned this get-together. But I'm happier that The response included many more younger people. I met 3 generations of my own students. So what would have been the response of Rudolphs, who started studying and writing about India in 1950s? My association with them was a bit notorious, because while I was studying at University of Chicago, I went there as a National Fellowship Scholarship holder, and before me, a few others had gone there, Sanjeev Barua, and after me, several others came. And they all were very impressed with the personality of these 2 scholars of India, who were difficult to be bracketed. To call them leftists will be difficult, to call them conservative will be more difficult, and to call them pro-American will be most absurd. But they were blamed to be all these categories, belonging to all these categories. I had gone there as a former student union president of Jawaharlal Nehru University Student Union and BHU Student Union. So my reputation had already arrived there before I reached there. And I took there one of the first courses by Susan Rudolph. I entered the classroom with a bit of pessimism. But after a whole semester, I felt that this was a great master who knew practically every aspect of Indian detail which should be known. But when I met Lloyd Rudolph, I thought here is an encyclopedic mind who knows how to start but who doesn't know how to finish, unless there is a Susan Rudolph in the meeting. There was an illusion of permanence so far as they were concerned for us. They thought, as you think about all your teachers, that these teachers are going to be there perennially, permanently. So we thought. So when the news came about the passing away of Susan and then soon of Lloyd, it was unbelievable. I present to you my impression with that frame, that there is an illusion of permanence, because I think that scholars live through their work, and their work is so deep and solid, it will take waves and waves to make them dated. So they'll remain permanently in our discourse as sources of ideas, challenging dominant paradigms, challenging established truths, and making us aware that there is always a scope of research, there is always a scope of new interpretation. You know, Rudolphs are well known for their reinterpretation of caste, reintroduction of Gandhi, and of course, celebrating democracy in India. And all these 3 are very controversial topics. What can you do about caste? It should be, as Dr. Ambedkar said, annihilated. Or as socialists thought, should be dissolved, should be broken. And here is a scholar team. We say that democracy and caste have married with each other. Most unbreakable marriage ever. And that makes you think again about your understanding of caste, your understanding of democracy, your understanding of Indian society. They were not ignoring change, but the change was of a different nature, a different order, a different level, which needed scholarship of Lloyd and Susanne kind. Same about Gandhi. Gandhi has been celebrated, he has been maligned. These are days of making him object of caricature. And here was Rudolphs, who studied Gandhi in 1960s, made a famous book, Modernity of Tradition. Then after 30 years, again they visit Gandhi in 2010. They discover postmodern Gandhi. Now that baffles many people who thought that Gandhi is dead with modernity, Gandhi is dead with foreign rule, Gandhi is dead with national movement. Of course, Gandhi is dead with Congress. But no, Lloyd and Susanne think that Gandhi lives beyond modernity, beyond our conceptualization or categories. So for me, meeting them in 70s was a very mesmerizing moment because it made me humble. I had gone from BHU and JNU. I was a bit arrogant because I had won national scholarship also. I was topper of my batch. But it humbled me to engage with Rudolphs as sources of analysis and understanding of India. Today, when I read again, because of the incentive from Chicago Center and Ashaji, I thought, oh my God, One reading makes one sense, the same text, reading with another mood, another mindset, makes another sense. So there is a sense of continuity and continuous evolution in the ideas of us about Rudolph's contribution, Rudolph's legacy. I made a note because to make things manageable time-wise, as Ashaji said, if you have lived with the contact for 30, 40 years, you would have many, many memories. I have many memories too, but I'll be careful about not wasting your time because it's very personal, very biographical, except that I tell you that they were great metamorphosis makers. People went from India with fellowship to study Africa. They returned to India with a good thesis on India. And their scholar friend went to study China because he was a Maoist. He returned with a thesis on India and Assam. He became very ethnic, very local because of not pressure from Rudolphs, but because of the metamorphosis which went through when you knew this couple called Rudolphs. There are many stories of saving lives, saving careers. They were such great India lovers that for them it was a personal loss if somebody became a dropout. So they made it sure that once you are a Chicago student, you complete your work no matter what. And it happened with me also. I went to Chicago with the National Fellowship. Then my government got very angry with me. They stopped my scholarship. And they said, you go to hell or you come back to India. Your scholarship is suspended, cancelled. And then it took 10 years to reinvent myself. When Rudolphs came to BHU, I was teaching there. They came for 5 days because their friend, Iqbal Narayan was vice chancellor, and he wanted to give them a very good reception. And I became in charge because in the whole university, which has many hundred teachers, I was the only one who was from Chicago at that time. And in those 5 days, they worried about many things, but they also worried about my PhD because it was not submitted. I had done everything, coursework, or that they call ABD. And Lloyd and Susanne both had read my PhD proposal and had mercilessly done surgery on my concepts and my theories. But it was not finished. And they asked me last thing they asked me while they were with me for 5 days, while the train was about to leave, what about your thesis, Anand? I said, what thesis, sir? It takes a lot of effort to mobilize new support. And I have now family. Earlier I had to look for money for one person, now I have to look money for 3 people and a child. So it's an impossible thing. I don't think about it. What? And they go to Delhi, they talk to Ford Foundation, and without much effort, Ford Foundation gives me a short-term fellowship, and I become eligible to go to Chicago again. When I go to Chicago the second time, I was a more mature person. I had taught 9-10 years. Janata Party had come and gone. Indira Gandhi had come and gone. Many things had happened. So I was also not as optimistic about my country and my democracy and my movements as I was when I went there in the 70s. But they were the same, stable, confident. They were lovers of India. For them, things can go wrong temporarily, but India can never go wrong permanently. And they had a civilizational commitment to India, which made it sure that their students also carry a bit of optimism, a bit of caution, a bit of pessimism too. So there are a combination of pessimism and optimism. Optimism about the long term, pessimism about the short term. So when Ashaji was asking what would have been their interpretation of today, they would have been pessimistic but short term, not long term. They had not learned to say no about India. So when we were opposing emergency in India and we were opposing government of India, political class of India, they were very careful. They will not take a public position, but their heart was with us. They knew that India was taking a wrong turn. Same way, in the next years when they wrote In Pursuit of Lakshmi, you said, oh, they have become supporters of new economic policy. No. They were supporters of bullock capitalism, which was neither Kulak capitalism and nor ignoring capitalism. And their position was such, it was so elusive, it was not easy to categorize. And I took 30 years to learn that they were basically radical Democrats. They were committed to the idea of democracy, but democracy which is evolving, which is not stable in the American frame or in the British frame. And so they thought that India will be home of some more innovations, some more challenges. And that's what your challenge is, that you as students of new Indian situation, Indian 21st century, have to go beyond Rudolph's students, so that you can keep the commitment which they had about truth and its many dimensions. I made a small note and I read it for you. It's a matter of great joy and celebration that the University of Chicago and Professor Asha Sarangi have brought together all of us to explore and understand the legacy of the Rudolphs. Making of this unique legacy took half a century. They spent 11 years studying India. The milestones of this journey included seminal works like Modernity of Tradition, In Pursuit of Lakshmi. Rakesh reminded me that when In Pursuit of Lakshmi was published, I made it a compulsory reading, not because of my commitment to Rudolphs as scholars, but by my commitment to making my students learn about new ways of understanding the old stories. And postmodern Gandhi. It began in 1956 and has been put together as a 3-volume collection of 51 essays under the title Explaining Indian Democracy, a 50 years perspective, 1956-2006. These essays are organized with focus upon the realm of ideas, institutions, and the public sphere. I had the privilege of knowing them as their student in the 70s and as a junior political sociologist in the later years. In my assessment, they'll be remembered as long as we remain concerned about 3 Ds defining the imperatives of politics in India: development, democratization, and all these 3 were equally close to their heart. You remember the subtitle of the first book? It was Political Development in India. They were committed about development. They were not celebrating the sluggishness of Indian society. They were recognizing the revolutions which are taking place in India, and that will come to you later. And similarly, democratization. They thought the destiny of India is related with democratization. Gandhi, Nehru, Indira Gandhi, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, they are all part of that journey. And they were not discounting anybody. They were not challenging anybody, but they were trying to understand everybody who was making small or big contribution to the idea of democracy. And that's why they talked about centrist politics. Today you talk about centrist politics and they think that you are supporting Narendra Modi. No. At that time it was like resisting the left-wing lurch which was taking place in Indian politics because of pressures against poverty, pressures of populist movements. And look at their range. On the one end there was a paper on student movement in Indian politics. On the other end, there is a paper on modern media. And the last thing which was worrying them about the ecological concerns. It was a great range, but they were all microscopic. Encyclopedic as well as microscopic. Lloyd will take care of the encyclopedia part, but Susan will take care of the details like a mother. Every statement made by them has to be verifiable. One morning I was taking them to early morning the boat ride in Varanasi during the VHU visit, and that day left parties had given a call for Banaras Bandh for some set of issues. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, so obviously most of the shops were closed. So I told Lloyd, look Lloyd, there is a popular revolt and everything is closed today. Susan very softly said, no, it's very early in the morning, 10 o'clock is the time for Banaras to wake up. So they'll be checking each other, and that's why even in this collection, in the 51 papers, 9 papers or 10 papers are by Susan alone. Lloyd is not there. Lloyd is there as a complementary presence, as a shadow. Similarly, there are 7 papers by Lloyd separately. So they were together in many ways, but they're complementary. They were not carbon copy of each other. And that's why it was a joy to have a seminar in which both of them are in the panel. And I had several occasions to experience that. Lloyd will take you to the endless frame of analysis where no question is there at the end. Perennial questions are there. And Susan will start with macro and come down to micro so that you take a set of questions for your future PhD work or future term paper. It was a great joy to be their students together. They were sitting next to each other, but their chambers were separated by a big thick wall which was covered by books. Both of them will give you books. You come with books to talk to them, you leave with books, and at the end of the time, you may get a degree, but you are not having no dues or no clearance from the secretary because the books are still in your name. Somebody has taken from you, and you don't know who has taken, so there has to be written off. But there was a big long list of around and people from all continents, Africa, Asia, Latin America, Europe, America. They were continental in one way, but they were intercontinental in another way. So to study in their course was to meet the world in a micro sense. I have written further that the Rudolphs were among the first generation of American scholars who studied India after independence. Both of them were trained in political science at Harvard University in the mid-50s. That's also a puzzle for me. I think these three children will be able to tell why the Harvard products were staying in Chicago, most undesirable place for an East Coast person. But they took Chicago as their home. They were living as neighbors of Muhammad Ali. But we never knew that Muhammad Ali was Cassius Clay. Muhammad Ali was their next door neighbor, because Lloyd Rudolph and Susanne Rudolph were a world into themselves. It was a global home. As she said, you meet who's who of India at their dining table. And they'll be very careful, very respectful to each of them, but very persistent with their questions, with their concerns about India, and the role of these VIPs who are visiting them. They came to India in 1956 with two Ford Foundation Foreign Area Training Fellowships. They completed their academic journey together at the University of Chicago in 2003. They initiated and inspired an interdisciplinary approach in understanding the Indian journey from a colonial to post-colonial social formation through the twin lenses of adaptive traditions and dialectical changes, which promoted methodological plurality, conceptual innovations, and theoretical openness. These are three things which are, in my mind, uppermost contribution of Rudolphs for us as their students. Methodological plurality. I went to them as a student of dependency theory and came out of their room as a student of world system theory. And I thought that Rudolphs were understanding all these paradigms, but they were not in agreement with any one of them. Why? Because they were deep into Max Weber. They were deep into Tocqueville. They were deep into American philosophy and Indian philosophy. So for them, Gandhi was a puzzle which has to be interrogated again and again. And they were not satisfied with writing a paper or writing a book, because that is an invitation to open further, to go further. That is the difference between them and an average student. An average student thinks that I have studied a problem, I've written a book, and now it's over. For them, it was beginning of the romance, beginning of the affair. So I want to say that it was a great privilege and opportunity for us to know this team. They're most glamorous scholars on the campus. You know, generally professors are not so well dressed. They don't keep up very well. But Susanne Rudolph and Lloyd Rudolph were matching with each other about who is dressed better, who is more presentable. So they made knowledge also glamorous. The power of knowledge is there, but glamour of knowledge has to be experienced by studying with Rudolphs. And they made everything so interesting, so charming, that to start the course was okay, but when the course was ending, you feel that, oh, story has just begun, why the course is about to end, why we have to write term papers, why we have to wait for the grading. But they were very non-compromising about the standards of learning, which was the best part of their being a teacher. A teacher is one who excites you to pursue a course of questions, but a teacher is one who also tells you whether you reach the goal or not. And they were very, very hard. They were very soft in interpersonal relations, but very hard in their academic judgments. And that's why all of them who studied with them, who were approved by them, feel so proud that we studied with Rudolphs. I'm also one of them. Thank you. There are some letters they written by them, but I thought I'll not take your time because they are available and maybe you will be able to share with them. A letter inviting President of India to mark the centenary of University of Chicago. So for them, University of Chicago was their beginning and end of the story, and for them, inviting President of India is no. That is about the commitment they had for University of Chicago. For them, it was the beginning and the end of their own life story. So when it was celebrating his centenary, Everybody had many proposals, but Lloyd Rudolph and Susanne Rudolph thought that we should invite nobody less than President of India to be the guest of honor. That was their commitment for University of Chicago. And that's why, and yes. And their level of personal commitment. I was no Rudolphian. I was certainly not a fan of Indira Gandhi. I was a supporter of Jayaprakash Narayan. And I was a socialist of Loya variety, which was not very attractive for Rudolphs. But when my question of scholarship came to make my thesis submitted, they wrote a letter to the University of Chicago and Embassy of America that if everything is attempted and nothing is working, we stand guarantee, we stand surety for these students coming and meeting the requirements. So they wrote a letter on September 17, 1984. This is 2026, 42 years ago. Dear Anand, enclosed is a letter of support, which we hope will serve the purpose of at the American Embassy. We are sending a copy to Henry Stein, advisor to foreign students, University of Chicago. We understand a letter of support to be a pledge that in case of emergency, we are prepared to help you and your family financially. I was not having them in my committee. I was having politically different opinion and perspective than them, but they were committed that a student who has come to Chicago for knowledge must not go empty-handed. And they make a personal surety how many of us will be able to do for our students. And that was their legacy. Thank you.
I think they did that for all of their students who were from different part of the world. Whoever needed any any financial support, they went out of their way. So just a small, very interesting observation. Like, you know how students talk about their teachers. I mean, we all have done it. You have also done it. So I was their student. There was another Turkish friend, Ayhan Akman, who was also writing his PhD thesis under them. So one day he asked me, Asha, do you know how do they write together? I said, I have no idea. He said, but who writes first and who writes later? I said, I don't know. You go and ask them. Because Lloyd's style of writing was very different than Susanne, as you said. So Lloyd would write and speak in these long and winding sentences and never will finish, and we will be so confused as to what does he want to say. Then Susanne will quip and come and say, hi dear, are you there? To bring him back. And about the footnotes is very interesting. Lloyd will be in the habit of writing long footnotes. When the draft went to Susanne, she will branch them off and she cut them short. Again, it goes back to Lloyd. Again, Lloyd adds something more. So, I mean, it was also a learning experience to see how two people, when they write together, how do they write? I mean, that's so many things to say. So, I think,
So, thank you so much, Professor Sarangi and Anand Kumar, for sharing such a wonderful experience with them. And now we are moving towards our session, our workshop. So now I would like to invite Anusri and Gunjan, who will share their ideas and engage with Rudolphs. The title of this panel is Rudolphs and the Idea of Rajputana. So please come and since you are running late, you can do on time. Yeah.
A very warm greetings to everyone around. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And I begin by saying if thrones can be inherited, if charisma can be inherited, so can warmth and generosity. And Professor Asha Sarangi, who has been my mentor and mentor to so many others present here, I think has inherited the warmth, generosity, and guidance and intellectual legacy of Rudolph. Because she has been my mentor, so I can talk about her. And definitely Professor Anand Kumar also reflected shared his intellectual journey with them. So I can say that even intellect, warmth, and generosity can be inherited. And I take cue from my work, which I did in my PhD on political dynasties, and Rajasthan was one of my case studies. Apart from many political sociologists, philosophers whom I referred to during my PhD, which I submitted long back, 2018. It's been a long journey. I read one work of Rudolph's, which interested me the most as far as my work was concerned, and that was essays on Rajputana. Now, interestingly, as both esteemed speakers shared the interaction with India, that how two fresh PhDs, they drive in their Land Rover from London to Jaipur in 1956, and they make India their second home. And this work, Essays on Rajputana, was written almost by their visits, several visits that they made to India, and the notes that they collected over a period of 20 years, from almost 1960s till 80s, 83 or 84. And this work came up in 1984, Essays on Rajputana. And this work, I would mainly focus on this work because this interested me the most, that they talk about the history, culture, and administration of Rajputana and how the quote-unquote, the princes and the nobility adapted themselves, and they made terms with political modernization. What Christopher Zephyr Lowe writes in one of his essays, that the princes knew the technical know-how about the Sindhyas. They are basically referring to the Sindhyas, but here in this work, Rudolphs are trying to mention that how the princes tried to negotiate with both modernity and tradition, and they adapted themselves to the idea of political modernization. And I would definitely say that, the notes, the work is quite elaborate. They are talking about different cases. And every reading will give you had actually given me a new perspective. The last time when I wrote the work, and again I went on to revise it, I got a new perspective. Oh wow, this is something that they're talking about the Kanota, Amar Singh of Kanota, or something that they're talking about Bikaner or Sikar. Some new perspective each time because the notes are so detailed. And this reflects on the rich legacy of field work, participant observation that they had done. And they stayed for a long time at Bissau House, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, in Jaipur. And that also provided a great seat of learning for them. And it was at Bissau House that Amar Singh diary, all of us are aware of, and in fact, most of us are aware of it, which it's I think 37 volume, if I'm not wrong, very vast Amar Singh diary. And Amar Singh was Thakur of Kanota. I'll talk about briefly about if I get time. How his brother, Mohan Singh, if I'm not wrong, he shares his diary, which he had maintained for 44 years with Rudolph. It was at Bissau House. So that was the exchange of traditions and knowledge. Now, I would just mainly focus on certain segments from the work, which I tried to relate with my work on political dynasties in Rajasthan. And the three segments. And how much time do I have, actually? Finish? Okay, 10 minutes. Thank you. So one of the parts in one of the sections talks about the adaptation of the princely and feudal order, the idea of political modernization. Second one talks about conflict, competition between the elites. And the third one basically talks about the culture and character from the perspective of Amar Singh diary, that how values were transmitted in a Rajputana or Rajput family tradition. That's what they spoke about. Now, quickly we'll go back to one interesting thing that ma'am shared, sir also shared, about their style of writing. And you will come across very extensive notes at the end of every chapter, very detailed notes at the end of every chapter. And in fact, I think Gunjan is going to also talk about specifically about modernity of tradition, that how we will see even in this work, Rudolphs have retained the original terms, many of the original terms which are being used in the Rajputana, like Thikanas, Jagirs, Gaddi, and they are using, of course, they are. And in this case, even they were asked to, the princes were quite confused. Can you define it properly? So the Butler Commission simply said, paramountcy must remain paramount. That's how they defined it. that these are some areas where we will act upon. And this particular clause, or I say the paramount, British paramountcy, gave a lot of opportunities for the Britishers to intervene in the day-to-day administration and the Raj of the princely states. But that was not very easy for the Britishers also, because as in the second part of the work, they talk about conflict and cooperation. That often there were conflicts between the Maharaja and the nobility, the Jagirdars. And the Britishers often had to intervene. They would say, okay, fine, you have to negotiate. For example, there was one incident which I'll quickly talk about. The Savai Man Singh of Jaipur, in 1932, he appointed C.V. Wills to study from where did this nobility gain their legitimacy. And C.V. Wills concluded that, he did some study, and that study was sponsored by Savai Man Singh of Jaipur. He found that no, there's no legal or historical justification for the semi-autonomous and quasi-autonomous authority that these nobles exercise. Nothing of that sort. So that was to settle the conflict and dispute between these two. But Britishers often intervened in between to try to maintain some kind of relationship between them. Another interesting institutionalization that happened with British paramountcy and their intervention was they would also find another channel. For example, providing legitimacy whenever there was succession crisis. When the Maharaja died or there was no one else to succeed. So they would decide, often Britishers would intervene and they would decide on the succession crisis, such as what happened in Kota, the princely state of Kota. So they would often settle succession disputes through Gaddi. Okay. So now there was also a prominent role being played by the political department and the Chamber of Princes, which was known as Narendra Mandal. Now this Chamber of Princes, it was a forum which was established in around 1921 to maintain a cordial relationship between, and to maintain a functional relationship between the Britishers and the princely states. And it acted as an advisory body. Whenever the princes had to make some suggestions or they wanted to express some grievances or something with the British government, so Chamber of Princes provided that forum. And there was one very interesting suggestion, but this was the recommendations and suggestions were not binding, but it acted as a forum for expression. Now, there was a very interesting recommendation. I think it was in 1927 that recommendation was made. I'm not very sure about the year, but probably that was the year. When it was said that the privy purses should be limited to 10% of state revenue, because since it came from the public money, public revenue, so the privy purses must be limited to 10% of state revenue. They also spoke about, another suggestion was independent judiciary, efficient police force, and promulgated code of law. Because earlier, most of the rules and regulations were based on some traditional norms. But this Chamber of Princes suggested that these should be codified. So in this context, the Chamber of Princes became a forum for what we have been speaking about, what World Bank or others, IMF have often spoken about, good governance. So this chamber became a forum for good government per se, because this is what the term that Rudolphs are using, good government. And I would like to bring in Lord Curzon, and he made a very interesting statement pushing the rulers that no, only traditional ties, clan, and other ascriptive identities are not sufficient to legitimize your rule. You have to prove something. You have to turn your courts, your private courts, or whatever, your royal courts, into public institutions. And I'm going to quote from Curzon when he was in one of the Chamber of Princes meeting, he refers to the princes, and I quote him. A ruler's gaddi is not intended to be a divan of indulgence. A ruler's gaddi is not intended to be a divan of indulgence, but the stern seat of duty, unquote. So the sense of duty and turning the princely courts into public institutions was emphasized by this body called Chamber of Princes, and obviously with British intervention. Thus we see public service became a condition for legitimate rule. So now the princes started, and especially somewhere around 1930s and 35s, they started also not just focusing on rule, but also public service. And hence they also focus on privy purses, that it must be limited, how much you are using it from the public fund. Another interesting idea that I want to bring in is also after 1935, how Rudolph mentioned that the political community also started expanding with British intervention, how it happened. Chamber of Princes said that the princes have to be more accountable. And also some sort of financial accountability also came in the picture, because now some of the princely states, they took the initiative that we will also present a rudimentary budget to the people. So that brought in some sort of financial accountability. And I was talking about the expansion of the political community after 1935, as Rudolph rightly mentioned. The traditional notions of legitimacy were modified, and there was some sort of democratic awakening. Before that, the rulers would mainly focus their rule, or they would consent ka idea to tha hi nahi, but the rulers, whenever they came to some suggestions, they would refer to the Kshatriyas or the Brahmins at max. But later on, the equations changed, and schoolmasters, that's what they are mentioning, schoolmasters, lawyers, and journalists, they started some sort of democratic awakening, or at least trying to make people conscious that no, you also have some say in your rights. You can't just be acting as like subjects. So therefore, Rudolph mentioned that there was expansion of the political community, especially after 1935. We know so many things happening, and Government of India Act 1935 and others. Okay. Now, another interesting case, which Rudolph mentioned, I would definitely like to mention, because somewhere it connects to my work on political dynasties in my PhD, is the curious case of Bikaner. While they were supposed to, when the Britishers pushed that, the public, that the darbars should become public servants, the darbaris, and that they should turn into public institutions, that very moment, there was Ganga Singh of Bikaner. I think most of us know, those who are familiar with the political landscape of Rajasthan, they know about Maharaja Ganga Singh of Bikaner, who did a lot of work in irrigation around that area, and a lot of welfare works in that area. Gunjan would know more about it because she's from there. So, and why the work that he did in that area is still remembered, and his great-granddaughter Siddhi Kumari, she was brought into politics by the BJP, and she's been a 4-time MLA. And whenever she would go to that region, that area, Bikaner East constituency currently, people always relate her to Ganga Singh of Bikaner. Oh my God, he did so much of public welfare for us. So from somewhere, you see, the idea of legitimacy was drawn from there. It was not just the traditional ties of lineage, but also how you draw legitimacy from public service. But which is not to say that Ganga Singh did not resist centralization of power or too much British intervention. There are segments where he also resisted it. There's another section which interestingly Rudolph talk about, that before Britishers' intervention, even the bureaucracy, state bureaucracy, was very loosely organized. Not much emphasis on merit, not much emphasis on education, blah, blah, blah. But later on with British intervention, and earlier the focus was mainly on patrimonial ties, okay, you know it, and it was often even hereditary in that case. But with British intervention, it became, the services became more organized, more professional, I would say. And since I have only 2 to 3 minutes left, so I would quickly like to also talk about, some interesting aspects when they talk about caste, clan, community, conflict between communities, that apart from Rajputs, the other important clans who also participated in the awakening, in the political landscape of Rajasthan were the castes and the Brahmins. And at one point, he interestingly says, Rudolph mentioned that in 1911, one of the caste community tried to list itself just to get an upward mobility in the social structure as Kshatriya in 1911. So he mentions one of the caste groups, caste groups tried to enlist them under the Kshatriya group, 1911. And, sorry, did I do something? Okay. Yes. And we also see Jats, and there is mention about Jat Kisan Sabha and Panchayat in Sikar. There was some kind of conflict between the Rajput Maharajas and the Jats. So apart from these organizations, there were also some democratic organizations like Prajamandal and Prajamandals, and we know some popular leaders like Jai Narayan Vyas, Hiralal Shastri, and many others who had been part of these Prajamandals, the nationalist awakening movement, I would say, in these princely states. But what we see, I'm just going to mention the Maharaja of Jodhpur, how in his very first elections, a very interesting case of Maharaja of Jodhpur, who supposedly, which V.P. Menon mentioned in his work, he took out a gun and he threatened Menon that I am going to, if you do not put forth the negotiation well, and if the negotiation is not favorable for Jodhpur when it comes to integration, you will be killed. That's an interesting story. So that same Maharaja of Jodhpur with that kind of temperament, he defeated Jai Narayan Vyas, right? In the very first elections. Which means people, despite shifting to quote-unquote political democracies and these converting the darbars into public service institutions, people still believed that their Maharaja is the legitimate ruler. And here, I think I have one minute left. Quickly quote from Maharani Gayatri Devi's memoir, how it gets linked with Rudolph's work, where she kind of claims that, it was the legitimate right of the princes and they were better rulers than quote-unquote any democratic government. I'm quoting from her work. And Gayatri Devi, that she recorded her name in Guinness Book of World Records for winning from the highest margin back then by 175,000 votes. And she just joined Swatantra Party, I think 1 year ago or something. And Swatantra Party gave her the ticket. I quote her, "Whatever the situation might be in the rest of India, in former princely territories, people voted when they had the opportunity from a sense of age-old bond between an Indian ruler and his subjects. The actual platform was a secondary consideration," unquote. So it didn't matter whether you're in a democratic setup or you're still in the traditional ties of patrimonial relationship, people are definitely going to trust their Maharaja and Maharanis. So to end my conversation, there's also a section on Amar Singh diary, which I cannot talk about in detail because of time constraint, but I'll just leave you with one thing. Amar Singh was the Thakur of Kanota, but one context which they talk about how values and traditions are being transmitted in the Rajput household or within the Rajput tradition and family. There's mention of the Charans. The Charans, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, Charans were like the family baths, who would provide an historical accounts through poems, through folklores, to the young in the family and to others, not just young within the Rajput family, within that society. They would sing ballads in the praise of those Rajas and their ancestors. And in fact, there was a tradition that these Charans were given this responsibility of providing 7 generations genealogy to these young these young princes, pardon me. So their role is also very important, that how they became the transmitters of tradition, and they were highly respected people. So on this funny note, there's a proverb which is popular in Rajasthan, which Rudolphs also mentioned. A Rajput who reads can never ride a horse. I leave you with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anushri. As you've already set the background for me to build upon my arguments. Good morning, everyone. I'm Gunjan Shekhawat, a final year PhD candidate at the Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. I work on sati worship and ritualization of violence amongst Rajput women in Shekhawati region of Rajasthan under the supervision of Professor Afshan here. The title of my paper today that I'm presenting is Political Culture and the Post-Colonial State, Revisiting the Rudolphian Framework in Rajasthan. My paper is based on 2 years of sustained autoethnographic fieldwork in 3 districts of Sikar, Churu and Junjunu. And my own...
The title of my paper is Political Culture and the Post-Colonial State, Revisiting the Rudolphian Framework in Rajasthan. My paper is based on 2 years of sustained autoethnographic fieldwork in 3 districts of Sikar, Churu and Junjunu, and my own familiarity with the region. I want to begin with what seems like a paradox. Rajasthan is one of India's oldest democratic polities. It has held elections since 1952. Its Panchayati Raj institutions are among the most studied in the subcontinent. And yet, if you attend a political rally anywhere in the state, you will hear a vocabulary that sounds very old. Izzat or honor, Veer the warrior, Janbhumi ki Raksha, the custodianship of ancestral land. You will see former royal families and landed Rajput families presenting themselves not as feudal drawbacks, but as the most legitimate claimants to democratic power, precisely because of who they are, because of their lineage. When they come to ask for votes, they invoke their ancestral connection to the land as a claim to democratic legitimacy. You can see turbans being conferred, ceremonial swords being displayed, and the idiom of darbar as rulers' public audience reproduced in the structure of political meetings. You can hear regional pride articulated not as civic identity, but as something older, more embodied, and more moral. This raises a question that is both theoretical and methodological. Theoretically, how do we explain the persistence and transformation of historically embedded political cultures within democratic modernity? Is this tradition surviving despite democracy, or is it being actively reproduced through democracy? Methodologically, how should a scholar study a moral world that is not simply an object of analysis but a living grammar, one that some of us are in various ways formed by? These are the questions this paper takes seriously, and the answers I develop draw centrally on the indispensable work of Lloyd and Susanne Rudolph, and on a specific methodological move that their work makes possible, the use of autoethnography as a research practice adequate to studying political culture from inside. My central argument that I'm kind of making in this paper is that decentralized governance and subaltern political agency in Rajasthan do not unfold in a culturally neutral terrain. They are shaped by historically sedimented moral worlds, and chief among these is the Rajput ethic, as I borrow it from Rudolphs, that structures what legitimacy looks like, what authority feels like, and what political aspiration is possible. Revisiting the Rudolphs enables a renewed engagement with the limits and possibilities of the post-colonial state, while keeping tradition visible, not as a relic, but as a strategy, a resource, and a site of contestation. Let me establish the theoretical scaffolding before showing how it connects to the methodology. The Rudolph's Modernity of Tradition, which was published in 1967, intervened directly against the modernization theory, which assumed that caste, kinship, and traditional authority were evolutionary residues that economic and political development would dissolve. Against this, the Rudolphs made a very bold empirical and theoretical argument that these structures were not obstacles to democratic modernity, but its active mediators. Caste associations trained people in associational life, traditional elites translated between the state and the village, kinship networks mobilized voters and transmitted political information. Tradition in this sense was not dying, it was being transformed, and in being transformed, it was kind of transforming the democracy itself. This gives me the macro theoretical framework, but there is a second, less widely discussed text that does something more specific, and for my own research purpose, it's more pertinent to me to mention. I was asked to read this by Professor Asha Sarangi, who is my supervisor, and that gave me a creative methodological tool to employ for my own research. That is Lloyd Rudolph's essay, Self as Other, Amar Singh's diary as reflexive native ethnography, published in Modern Asian Studies in the year 1997. Amar Singh was a Rajput nobleman from Kanota near Jaipur. Between 1898 and 1942, he kept a diary of over 40 volumes, recording in extraordinary detail his experiences as a cavalry officer in imperial service, his encounters with British racial hierarchy, his observations of Rajput ceremonial life, and his deep anxieties about honor, lineage, and the meaning of aristocratic identity under conditions of colonial modernity. Rudolphs read this diary as what he called reflexive native ethnography. Amar Singh was simultaneously a participant in and an observer of his own moral world. He could not step outside the Rajput ethic, it constituted him, and yet through the act of daily reflexive writing, through the friction of colonial encounter, he achieved a doubling of the perspective. He became, in Rudolphian sense, a self who could see himself as other. This concept is methodologically decisive for me, as I am a Rajput woman coming from the same region, and I'm working on Rajput women myself. This argument is the argument that Rudolph made is that this kind of embedded, reflexive, insider knowing is not a weakness to be corrected by external objectivity. It is a distinctive epistemic resource. Amar Singh's diary produces insights about Rajput political culture, about what honor costs, what sacrifice means, and what lineage demands. that no outside observer could generate because those insights depend on inhabiting the moral world from within while maintaining the reflective distance to record it honestly. This is precisely the intellectual warrant I draw on for autoethnography as my research method in Shekhawati. If Rudolphs could read Amar Singh's reflexive self-observation as a rigorous contribution to our understanding of Rajput political culture, then a contemporary researcher who shares that social location, who conducts systematic reflexive fieldwork, is doing something the Rudolphian framework not only permits but actively calls for. Self is other in this sense not merely a theoretical resource for understanding the Rajput ethic, but it is a methodological precursor issued from within the highest traditions of the field and pointing directly towards the kind of inquiry that the paper is attempting. Let me now establish what the Rajput ethic actually constitutes of and how it moves from its feudal context into the grammar of contemporary democratic politics. Drawing on Rudolphian historical sociology, on Amar Singh's diary as a primary archive, and on my own fieldwork in Shekhawati, I identify 5 constitutive elements of Rajput ethic. The first is izzat, translating as honor. This is not a private quality but a relational one, enacted publicly and considered to be constantly at risk. In Amar Singh's diary, the anguish of racial condensation from British officers is above all an anguish about his honor, because honor for a Rajput man is the very medium through which selfhood is constituted. The second is shaurya, that is martial valor, which is not simply militarism but a disposition of courage that extends into any domain which requires willingness to stand exposed to risk on behalf of something which is larger than oneself. The third is Vanshavali or lineage pride, which ties authority to bloodline and ancestral inheritance rather than to individual achievement or to a democratic mandate alone. The fourth is Balidan or sacrifice, the subordination of personal interests to the protection of territory, community, and an order of moral obligation. And the fifth and the last is Bhumi ki Raksha, territorial custodianship, the sense that the land, its people, and their well-being are the hereditary charges of those who have historically governed it. Now, the crucial argument that I'm trying to make simply, it is not simply that these elements persist, it is that these have migrated into the active vocabulary of democratic politics of Rajasthan even today. They are not feudal residues that democracy tolerates, they are idioms that democracy has incorporated, re-articulated, and in many cases amplified. In electoral mobilizations, candidates invoke ancestral connection to the land as a claim to legitimacy that competes and sometimes it often supersedes the mandate of ballot box. The physical traversal of the constituency, which is called the Jan Sampark Yatra, conducted through villages in a manner, it kind of echoes the king's tour of his own territory, simultaneously a modern campaign technique, and it is performance of territorial custodianship. In symbolic politics, the aesthetics of the darbar, the turbans, the ceremonial regalia, the architecture of public audiences continue to communicate a theory of legitimate authority that draws its grammar from the Rajput moral world. In leadership idioms, what counts as political courage, what sacrifice is recognized as worthy, and what regional pride is available to be mobilized are all structured by this ethic in ways that shape the possibilities available to all political actors, not only Rajputs. I'll quickly move to the section on decentralized governance and subaltern agency on sedimented terrain. This is the central analytical claim of the paper. When Panchayati Raj institutions were deepened through the 73rd Constitutional Amendment and subsequent state legislation, the aspiration was clear: to democratize governance at the grassroots, to bring the state closer to the people, and crucially, to create political space for those who have been excluded from formal power. Women, Dalits, OBC communities, tribal groups, etc. Reservations were mandated, new arenas of elected authority were created, and formal institutional design was, in principle, culturally neutral. But formal institutional design never lands on neutral terrain. In Shekhawati, as across Rajasthan, the Gram Panchayat operates within a social world that the Rajput ethic continues to structure. This does not mean that democracy fails. It just means that democracy is practiced differently, that the culturally sedimented moral world shapes who commands deference, whose voice carries weight in a political meeting, whose sacrifice is being recognized as political contribution, and whose claim to represent the community is legible as legitimate. Consider women elected to Gram Panchayats under reservation. They do not simply confront a generalized gendered barrier, they confront a specific moral vocabulary rooted in the Rajput ethic, Maryada, the propriety of the household, the honor that a woman's conduct is understood to embody or imperil. The terms on which a woman's entry into public life can be rendered legitimate or illegitimate are set not by constitutional texts alone, but by this moral grammar constitutive of Rajput ethic. Many women who stand for elections must perform an exaggerated version of Rajput feminine virtue. And the same dynamic operates for Dalit and OBC political actors. In villages where Rajput land-owning families have historically been the custodians of territory and arbiters of community disputes, the emergence of elected Dalit sarpanchs does not simply transfer power, it creates a contest over the very vocabulary of legitimate authority. Some Dalit leaders I interviewed during my fieldwork were of the view that to be effective, they must engage with the idioms of Rajput ethic, invoking sacrifice, courage, and custodianship, while simultaneously challenging the social hierarchy. Others have tried to construct entirely alternative vocabularies of democratic legitimacy rooted in constitutional rights and Ambedkarite thought. Both these strategies are responses to the same problem, that the terrain on which subaltern political agency is exercised is not culturally neutral. It is thick with the moral sediment of the Rajput world. This is the argument that I'm trying to make, and it is what I'm arguing with Rudolphs is that political culture, the historically embedded moral world in which institutions operate, is at least as determinative of outcomes as institutional designs itself. My autoethnographic method matters here in a specific way. I recognize these dynamics not only through interview data or archival sources, but through embodied familiarity. The paper's culminating analytical formulation is that tradition operates as a strategy, as a resource, and as a site of contestation within India's democratic order. Let me quickly unpack each of these registers briefly, because I only have 2-3 minutes left, with evidence from Shekhawati. Tradition as strategy means that political actors, including those who are not Rajputs, deliberately deploy the vocabulary of Rajput ethic when it serves their political purpose. A candidate who performs the territorial custodianship through a constituency procession is using tradition strategically. A political dynasty that commissions the wall paintings and murals depicting its ancestors' martial valor in its campaign materials is using tradition strategically. The strategy is possible precisely because the moral vocabulary retains genuine resonance. Tradition as resource means that Rajput ethic provides symbolic, social, and organizational capital that can be drawn upon in democratic competition. Lineage networks function as mobilization infrastructure. The cultural authority attached to Rajput identity provides a form of political credibility that is not reducible to caste arithmetic or mere economic patronage. Tradition as a site of contestation is perhaps the most important register and the one that prevents the argument from collapsing into a simple story of elite reproduction. The Rajput ethic is not simply inherited and reproduced, it is fought over. Who has the right to invoke the Balidan? Whose sacrifice counts as political? Who is the legitimate custodian of this land and these people? These are genuinely open questions in Shekhawati's democratic politics, and subaltern actors such as women sarpanchs, Dalit leaders, and OBC political organizations contest them actively. They do not simply reject the vocabulary of Rajput ethic, they appropriate it, invert it, and redirect it. This is what makes tradition a site of contestation rather than simply a constraint. Let me conclude by returning to the frame that my paper is trying to establish. The post-colonial state in Rajasthan, its formal institutions, its constitutional commitments, its aspirations towards democratic deepening, operates on this terrain that is historically sedimented by the Rajput moral world. This is not a failure of the state, it is the condition under which every post-colonial state operates. The question is whether we have adequate theoretical and methodological tools to understand it. Rudolphs gave us the essential theoretical move. Tradition is not an obstacle to democratic modernity, but constitutive part of it. The modernity of tradition established that in 1967, and Self as Other, the essay that I mentioned, 30 years later, showed us that the most penetrating knowledge of such a moral world comes from those who are formed by it and reflect upon it from within. And that this kind of knowledge is not methodologically suspect, but analytically indispensable. What this paper adds is sharper attention to the political stakes of that moral world and a methodological commitment to autoethnography as the practice best suited to studying it. Democracy in India does not unfold in the abstract. It unfolds in villages, in my own fieldwork in Shekhawati, where every election, every Gram Panchayat meeting, and every act of political aspiration takes place within the moral universe that is centuries old, but it is still very much alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Gunjan and Anusri. And we'll start the next panel, but we'll give this discussion session after all the presentation. Yeah. So,
Now we move on to panel 2 of our one-day-long seminar today. The panel is Caste and Democracy in India, the Rudolphian Paradigm. We have two scholars here. The first one who's going to present is Vignesh Karthik, who is a postdoctoral research affiliate at the Royal Netherlands Institute of Southeast Asian and Caribbean Studies and research affiliate at King's College London. He will be joining us online. And second, we have Ganesh Gaigoria, who is a research scholar at Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. So, is he connected? I think Vignesh, you're here? Yes, Vignesh, you may start.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Yes?
Yes. Yes, Vignesh, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks. So, thank you very much for the opportunity, and also I've been listening to the previous presentations, and thank you, Professor Asha Sarangi and Ganesh, for inviting me, and then this opportunity, and then to be talking about or reflecting about the legacy, the intellectual legacy of Rudolphs. The two papers before me sort of, provide a certain edifice on which I'd want to build on. In other words, the papers before me spoke about the Rudolphian paradigm looking at caste. And I would want to sort of look at caste again, but from below, how it is articulated and what is left of it, or what is possible when caste or when the Rudolphian paradigm is picked up by people in the to articulate democracy from the below. So this is what I'm going to do now. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Great. So I'm going to touch on Rudolph's engagement with caste associations and how they saw them as democratic tools, and also a certain academic amnesia or an academic distaste towards caste associations or what's called caste politics. My first provocation would be, although when you plot it on a piece of graph, right from the 50s till now, India's voting patterns in terms of caste and kinship wouldn't be considerably different, if not better. It's definitely better, but definitely not very different. But the entry of a few leaders in the 70s, 80s, and 90s made a few scholars argue that India does not cast its vote, but votes its caste. That kind of a pushback is what I'm trying to sort of, challenge and then push back against. So, the Nehruvian consensus, and also at the time of the making of Constitution, there was an insistence on building of a civic identity, and therefore, and also there was a cross-party support between even the Jansan, for that matter, or the Congress Party, or even the communists at the time, to basically build a civic identity, and as against a regional identity or a linguistic identity. And caste definitely did not sort of fit the Marxian frame of how to imagine politics. It was considered to be pre-modern in one way or the other. So, and therefore caste was seen as something that needed to be dissolved, and only after which democratic citizenry was possible. But at the same time, in their own meticulous yet profound manner, Rudolphs argued that caste can actually be, or would actually be, the tool or the vehicle towards democratization. And also they saw caste presentation. There's a shared culture, and then it diffuses purpose amongst leaders and amongst its people, and also it has a certain sense of hereditariness in its leadership. Again, on the other side, if we were to think of a libertarian or a liberal, consensus, then voluntary associations would be marked by choice and then where aims would be articulated, and then there is a specialized purpose, and there are elected leaders. So Rudolph's pitch caste association somewhere in between these two, where there is an element of birth and there is an element of joy. So birth was a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition. And at the same time, solidarity is descriptive, but at the same time, purpose is articulated. Um, so, in other words, the Rudolphs argued that caste was in itself anti-caste, or coming together using caste as a vehicle can actually be seen as an anti-caste politics or political articulation. So, and at the same time, it's also useful to note that, the leveling or this was not essentially a journey against the formation of a civic identity, but a journey towards the formation of a civic identity from the below. So, in other words, it yielded agency to the people that formed majority of the section of Indian population, although they were not seen as equals. So in the institutionalized discriminatory framework of India or in Indian subcontinent, caste associations were seen as a vehicle towards some kind of a politics of dignity and equality or some kind of inequity, or at least a semblance of it. So, if I was to sort of quickly summarize whatever I just said now, in the state citizen dyad, you have state and then the making of a citizen and then making of a civic identity. But then Rudolph saw caste associations as these intermediary associations that were important in making this state citizenship dyad work within the Indian context. So, in other words, it is democratic infrastructure, if not anything, as against anything to do with parochialism. So I have a couple of case studies quickly run through as an example. I mean, the case of Madras, for example, where Rudolphs have written about it extensively. So in 1858, there is a Shanan, a community called Shanans. The women claimed, rights towards upper cloth. They were not allowed to wear upper cloth at the time. It's called the bosom controversy. And then cut 40 years of sustained mobilization. There is a temple entry claim that was denied in the court, but this does not mean that the caste association stopped. So Nadar is an interesting case of how a semi-polluting, unseeable caste can now become one of India's foremost mercantile castes. You would not think of Nadars as they exist today as they used to back in the day. And then in 1910, the Nadar Mahajana Sabha, Nadar Mahajana Sangam was founded, and government of Madras replaced the word Shanan with Nadar. Nadar means owners or rulers or governors. And in the 1950s, you would actually see 1950s and 1960s, you would see the emergence of Kamraj, and he would sign himself as Kamraj Nadar, emerge as Congress president and also, popularly known as Kingmaker. And then today you see Nadars being a particularly strong community. And in between, in 1954, I've mentioned Vanniers as another caste because I did not want to bore you with a lot of examples. Vanniers also follow a similar trajectory from the 1880s. Instead of sort of rewriting their caste histories and things like that, which is happening today, there's a very different piece of caste association that exists today who want to rewrite their histories and talk about a glorious past, etc. But these guys were essentially Vanniers, for example, came together. They are middle caste from or backward castes from a semi-arid region or an arid region of North Tamil Nadu. And Vanniers also have a similar trajectory, although not as established as Nadars for that matter, because they've had different trajectories within the Vannier mobilization. This is the same case again with Bihar as well. One of the states that a lot of Indians did not necessarily, or all of us within our own common sense do not necessarily appreciate it for its anti-caste rhetoric or for its forward-looking politics, despite where it exists and despite the kind of violence, caste violence that has been sort of entrenched. So 1933, the Triveni Sangh emerges, and 40 years later, 1977, Karpuri Thakur emerges. There's reservation politics. In 1990, Mandal Commission gets implemented, and Bihar is the only state which yielded women a right to take off, factory working women a right to take off for menstrual leave. None of the self-claimed progressive governments had actually yielded. In 1990s, Bihar was the first government under Lalu Prasad Yadav to actually give factory working women, a menstruation leave. And 1990 to 1995, Janata Dal formations, and make no mistake, Bihar is the only state that resisted Hindu nationalist mobilization the longest, despite being quote unquote Hindi belt. And again, where the violence happens most, which is in the bottom sections of the caste hierarchy, there was an alliance that was formed in that particular region, that particular spectrum of caste. And again, in 2005, Nitish Kumar takes that forward. So, but at the same time, when you look at caste associations or the political formations based on these caste associations emerge, what you will realize is there is a similarity in institutional logic, but there's also a similarity in how they are discarded or how they are looked at distaste. So, for instance, Tamil Nadu is seen for its quote-unquote dynasty, freebie politics, and corruption. Although when you plot it on a piece of graph or when you look at it empirically, Tamil Nadu is not very different. In fact, it's much better. And at the same time, with Bihar, when you talk of jungle raj and lawlessness and casteism, etc., Bihar has one of the biggest social sector spendings in the country. And while in 1950s, Bihar essentially, and today's United Bihar, non-bifurcated Bihar to actually state it correctly, Bihar and then today's Jharkhand yielded in the form of natural resources, and that combined with the freight equalization policy meant that there was industrialization in the coastal states like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, etc. And today Bihar continues to provide the backbone of Indian economy, which is low cost labor. So India did, and therefore bypassing the socialist pressure of paying labor or giving dignity of wage. So Bihar somehow sort of subsidizes wage for across the country so that businesses continue to be profitable. So caste-mediated democracy. When caste-mediated democracy.
Vignesh, just a gentle reminder that you have 3 minutes left to wind up.
Yeah, I just need a minute and I'm done. Thanks. Thank you very much, Bhatt. So caste-mediated democracy, whenever it is being articulated, elite discourse sort of sees it as a certain politics that needs to be delegitimized as against challenged. So, so the vocabularies of refusal have changed between, let's say, Tamil Nadu and Bihar or even Uttar Pradesh for that matter, but then the refusal has not changed. So I just want to sort of pick on, one of the most empirically sound books on this concept, which is Silent Revolution. When Jaffarlo sort of argues about silent revolution and then the body of work, it provides us the empirical evidence that we need to see, to understand what such politics can yield. And make no mistake, I actually want to add one more book, which is, before, which talks about the period before the silent revolution in Goa, which is called The First Democratic Revolution by Parag Paribo about Goa. So Goa's first chief minister, Dayanand Bandodkar, was also, an outcome of Bahujan movement. So the Rudolph's answer to the question in terms of, the institutions that is needed for democratic politics is, a very compelling contribution. So, which makes me argue that any misrecognition of seeing caste associations, as anti-democratic, actually is a big disservice even to the politics of from the below, or the politics of mobilization, the politics of becoming from the below. And on that note, recovering Rudolphs is actually a political act as much as it is an academic act. And the argument that I wish to sort of make, and of course Ganesh will also be making something, pushing it further, I'm sure, is that it is both of recovery and extension at the same time, which is recovery because Rudolphs already saw what the discipline has been catching up for with for half a century, and the reason why both Ganesh and I would argue is as extension is because the empirical record that they could not anticipate at that time when they were writing and reading, is also available now. So therefore, it is important for us to sort of not just recover Rudolph's for this for politics of articulation from the below or mobilization from the below, but also to extend them. So, and I want to end by saying that the finest tribute one can pay to a scholar is to keep wrestling with the problems that they devoted their entire lives to. And I think Rudolph's for what they've done to the discipline and for politics of mobilization in India. I thank you. I'm very grateful, and also thank you very much again, Professor Sarangi and Ganesh, for the opportunity.
Now I invite Ganesh to come to the podium.
So I think Vignesh has already said this idea, how we can see Rudolphs from a very different perspective. And here my title of this presentation is Is Caste Anti-Caste? Because they have already claimed through their work that caste is anti-caste. So now I would like to rephrase their ideas through my own fieldwork. Basically, in this paper, I revisit and critically engage with the influential work of Lloyd, Rudolph, and Susanne Rudolph on caste, associational life, and Indian democracy. So my title itself, Is Caste Anti-Caste, draws directly from what I call the Rudolphian provocation, the striking claim that caste is anti-caste. This phrase is deeply fascinating and intellectually generative because it compels us to rethink caste not only as structures of hierarchy, but also as a potential instrument of its own transformation. In this paper, I combine their method of political ethnography, which is a very powerful method. I think in political science, earlier we are not that much using that method, and I can say they introduced this method in a very rigorous way. With my own fieldwork in UP, and my aim is to unpack this paradox, reassess whether caste can indeed function as an anti-caste, and examine both the continuities and tensions of this phenomenon in contemporary Indian politics. Let me begin with a methodological reflections. Much of mainstream political science, particularly in its American variant, has historically privileged quantitative methods and universal categories such as class, interest groups, and rational choice to define political phenomena. Yet this orientation has long been challenged by scholars like James C. Scott, who insist that political life cannot be understood without attending to how people themselves interpret their social world. Human actions in this view cannot be explained behind the backs of those being studied. This critique has been further strengthened by movements such as Perestroika movement in political science on 2000, which advocated the interpretive tone in political science, where scholars emphasize ethnography, meaning-making, and lived experience. The Rudolphs were active in the Perestroika movement, a movement that challenged the idea that objective truth had to be discovered and diverse from time, place, and circumstances. The Rudolphs vigorously promoted the value of area studies to scholarship and qualitative research, particularly the political ethnography. It is precisely this epistemological commitment that informed the Rudolphs' work, very unique and distinctive in political science, and a foundation to understand political phenomena through cross-disciplinary sense and methods. Their approach, what they term political ethnography, was not merely empirical but interpretive. It was grounded in close observations of how ordinary Indians across villages, mofussil towns, and urban spaces understood identity, self-help, and collective action. Through this engagement, they challenged what they famously termed the imperialism of categories, that is, the impositions of analytical frameworks derived from European and American experiences onto societies with distinct historical trajectories. And they provided this rethinking of these categories from a very colloquial way, rather forcing Indian realities into pre-existing categories such as class or interest groups. They took seriously the everyday social life, its idioms of communications, and the local forms of organizations, particularly caste association, what they call sabhas and sangam. The Rudolphs exemplified this by explaining this category as distinctive and non-Western. For instance, they refer to Marx, noting that, I quote them, Marx, for example, imposed the category of peasant on India's agricultural producers. Peasant in India, like peasants in other nations, were formed by simple addition to homologous magnitude, much as potatoes in a sack form a sack full of potatoes. Peasants do not form a class, Marx argued. Their relations are strictly local. So this way they were challenging the categories and bringing the Indian way of thinking, we can say, or the local way of thinking. The Rudolphs took a different tack, and they argued, or quote, oriented by area studies and political ethnography, we investigated categories used by local actors, Baniars and Nadars, that Vignesh was also presenting in Madras, Jats and Rajputs in Rajasthan, and they and other groups like them practiced self-help and collective action in what we came to call caste associations, intentional association that were partly ascriptive and partly voluntary, unquote. They further reflected that, quote, our early writing about caste was treated as a non-subject, an illegitimate subject, or a reactionary subject. This highlights how their intervention was not only analytical, but also disciplinary, challenging what I could argue as legitimate political inquiry in its rawness of reality. So how they look caste as anti-caste, which is a very core argument of my paper also. So at the heart of their work lies a striking paradox. The caste, conventionally understood as ritual, hierarchical, and exclusionary, can under democratic conditions become a vehicle for inclusion and political mobilization. This again challenged the Dumontian or the colonial framework of caste as a ritual of Hindu religious traditions only, and often a new pluriverse understanding of it. This is what they mean when they say caste is anti-caste. Traditionally, caste operated as an ascriptive system structured by ritual hierarchy. However, with the introduction of universal adult suffrage, caste began to assume a new political form, namely caste association. As the Rudolphs explain, quote, studying caste in the form of caste associations, we came upon two of India's greatest paradoxes, that caste was anti-caste and that caste strengthened democracy. They go on to ask, how could we this? And their answer is crucial. I'm again quoting them. Universal suffrage made it possible for India's more numerous lower castes to acquire political power and to use political power to dismantle the Varna status order based on purity and pollution. In this sense, caste associations transform the basis of power from ritual hierarchy to numerical strength and political organization. The Rudolphs further show how caste associations evolved in their demand and practices. They note, instead of demanding temple entry and prestigious caste names, the associations begin to press for places in administration and educational institutions and for political representation. This marks a shift from symbolic recognition to material and institutional claims. Moreover, they emphasize the democratic potential of the association. Again quoting, perhaps the most significant aspects of the caste association in the contemporary era, however, is its capacity to mobilize the non-literate mass electorate, thus making possible in some measure the realizations of its aspirations and educating large sections of it in the methods and values of political democracy. At the same time, they emphasize the transformed nature of this association. The caste association is not an ascriptive collectivity in the sense in which this subcaste or jati was and is. It has taken on the features of the voluntary associations. Membership in caste association is not purely ascriptive. Birth in the caste is necessary but not a sufficient condition for affiliation. And finally, at the organizational level, they observed that the caste association moved away from the latent structure of caste as jati towards the manifest structure of characteristics of the voluntary association. And through this, I would like to reflect some of fieldworks that I have done by looking this framework of political ethnography. Yet the Rudolphs were equally attentive to the contradictions embedded in this transformation. Over time, caste associations shifted from vehicles of social reform and collective uplift to instruments oriented toward political competition and distributions of state resources. It is at this point that I would like to intervene. While I agree that Rudolphian framework remains analytically powerful, I suggest that it requires reconsideration in light of contemporary developments, particularly in the post-Mandal period. The implementations of the Mandal commissions and expansions of categories such as OBC appear to reinforce caste-based mobilization. Similarly, Dalit politics suggested the emergence of broader identities. The Rudolphian thesis of caste as anti-caste is the greatest example of it. Like caste-based political party emerged and occupied power, parties like BSP, Samajwadi Party in UP. The Rudolph's argument here is, when we look back from the millennium to the immediate post-independence decades, at the transformations wrought by caste, we see the positive consequences of caste association politics. Lower caste gained a seat at the table and social respect. As we look forward, we see less favorable consequences of caste association politics. The goals of caste politics have shifted from group welfare and social betterment to the self-serving politics of benefits and patronage. In my interactions with some of the caste in UP, that is Chamar and Valmiki's communities, I encounter persistent tensions within that is often treated as an unified Dalit category. These tensions are not merely political, but deeply embedded in cultural practices, symbolic walls, and everyday interactions. Chamars, for instance, often mobilize around distinct cultural and religious symbols, drawing inspiration from figures such as B.R. Ambedkar, Ravidas. So these symbols are institutionalized through Ravidas temples, Ambedkarite associations, and commemorative practices that reinforce a shared sense of dignity and political consciousness. Valmiki community, by contrast, often organize around the figure of Valmiki alongside Ambedkar, creating a distinct symbolic repertoire. This divergence in religious cultural orientations is closely tied to political alignments. Chamars, particularly Jatovs, we most of the time interchangeably use this phrase, have historically aligned with the parties such as BSP and more recently formations like the Azad Samaj Party. And Valmikis, on the other hand, have shown significant support. It is a very recent phenomenon towards the BJP. The role of the RSS is particularly important here when the non-Jatav or the non-Chamar caste groups and associations are affiliating and supporting towards the BJP. Through targeted mobilization strategies, the RSS and affiliated organizations have successfully incorporated Valmiki and other non-Jatav Dalits communities into a broader Hindutva framework. This includes the creations of separate religious spaces and symbolic recognition for these groups, which simultaneously enables inclusion while reinforcing distinctions from dominant Dalit subcastes like Chamars. What emerges, therefore, is not a unified Dalit political identity, but a field of competitive and fragmented mobilization. Even at the level of everyday life, these divisions are stark. My fieldwork suggests that upwardly mobile Chamars who have benefited from education, state, employment, and political representation often reproduce hierarchies, vice versa, Valmikis also. So you can find in the everyday talking and conversation of these, sometimes the derogatory words with each other, this broader Dalit community. So this dynamic complicates the Rudolphian thesis in significant ways. While caste continues to function as a medium of political participation, it simultaneously reproduces new forms of exclusion and hierarchy. Numerical strength remains important, but it now operates within fragmented landscapes of subcaste identities, strategies, alignments, and competitive claims over state resources and recognition. This fragmentation is also reflected in broader political processes, as scholars like Christoph Jaffelot have shown phenomena such as Jatavization or Yadavization that indicate how dominant subcaste capture broader political categories. What appears as aggregation at one level often entails marginalizations at another. But in the 2024 parliamentary elections, this again the resurgence of broader caste-based political coalitions or associations visible, where Samajwadi Party brought the slogans of PDA, that is Pichhda Dalit Adivasi, and congruent non-Jatav or non-Yadav leaders and voters into their mobilization strategy. And the vote share of BJP also reduced from 50% to 41% in that election. So to conclude, the Rudolph's insight that caste is anti-caste remains an extraordinarily productive starting point. However, contemporary caste politics reveals that this paradox has deepened. Caste today is not simply a vehicle for democratization from below, it is also a site of ongoing contestation, differentiations, and exclusion. The paradox persists, but its democratic promise is far more conditional and uneven than the Rudolphian movement first suggested. Thank you so much.
We just wanted to make one announcement that earlier we had thought of having discussion of 10 minutes after each panel, but now because of the paucity of time, we thought we will shift it towards the last when we have about an hour. So at that time we can. Yeah. So at that time people can raise their questions and discussion we can have. So otherwise we'll not be able to have lunch on time if we continue with the discussion now. Yes, yes. We do the third panel, then we break for lunch.
So now we move on to the third panel, which is titled Tradition Reimagined, Cultural Identity and Public Sphere in Modern India. We have two presenters here. First, we'll have Kusuma Krishna Subba, who is a professor of political science at Miranda House, University of Delhi. And then we have Parnika Poonam, who is a research scholar at Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. I request Kusuma ma'am to take the podium.
Is it open? Am I audible? Yes. I begin by thanking the University of Chicago Center, Dr. Lenny Chaudhary, and Professor Asha Sharangi for organizing this, wonderful, meeting of gathering of minds where we celebrate the, intellectual traditions of Rudolphs, and also, not just celebrating their traditions, but also coming together as an academic group where we sort of take forward their work and the ideas and contestations in our work. I thank also Ganesh for painstakingly, patiently, coordinating to make this a success. But before I begin, I must also take a minute to thank my teachers here. I've had the great, fortune of being taught by both Professor Sarangi and Professor Anand Kumar. Professor Anand Kumar, particularly in MA, he taught us for one semester political sociology. We just started our journey in Center for Political Studies, and we had great teachers of political science in our time in Center for Political Studies. But I can say undoubtedly that semester nobody could, match Professor Anand Kumar's popularity. He was undoubtedly the most sought-after teacher. He's from, Department of Sociology. And you would often see at least not less than a dozen students outside his room if he's in the center, not less than. And also, he was very generous in sharing books and readings. And if ever the chaiwala came to his room, and no matter how many number of students were there, he will ask them to give it to everyone. So I must really, really thank Sir for having taught us. Professor Sarangi has been my supervisor in PhD. I haven't had the good fortune of being her student in a class, but I could, take permission from her and attend a few classes here and there. And she is really, just as Professor Anand Kumar was saying that, without Rudolphs, I would have never finished my PhD. I can undoubtedly say without Professor Sarangi, my PhD would have remained incomplete, because there were a lot of institutional, support that I needed. Much like Professor Kumar, I finished my major part of work, but I went back to teaching. So to come back to finish is always a challenge. And there are a lot of institutional hurdles, and Professor Sarangi helped facilitate all that. And both, just like Professor Kumar, she's an exceptional, brilliant mind in political science. Just as today we are celebrating Rudolphs, one day we will be reading their works. Professor Sarangi's work is, seminal as far as, linguistic politics in India is concerned. And my work also is in that domain. She's also, I can't just, I can also take a day, to tell, what she means to her students, especially to me. She's also very generous with a lot of her books and readings. Some of them are still with me. And she said that you can keep it. You don't have to give it. Rudolphs, I want to also add, I had a good fortune of listening to them in JNU, where we were students. And just as Professor Sarangi and Professor Kumar mentioned, after their talk, they were not interested particularly in engaging with the teachers of JNU. They wanted to talk to the students. And that helped, really gave us... we could approach them. Usually, after the talks, we've had discussion and then the guests leave. But they wouldn't leave. They would wait and talk to you, and there would be long queues, and they would wait to sign the books. I was there. My sister was doing I was doing MPhil and she was doing a MA, and both of us had books and they signed. And as Matthew Rudolph was mentioning, In Pursuit of Lakshmi was definitely one of the most popular books. And without reading Rudolph's, I think not only the education of any political science student, but also social science student would be definitely incomplete. That much I think we all agree on today, and that is something which we've heard throughout. So I'll take forward, on that note of thanks to my great teachers here, I take forward you all into understanding Telangana identity. And I want to sort of juxtapose it with, the methodology that the Rudolphs have taken or put forward in their book, The Modernity of Tradition. That how it is also, in understanding Telangana identity, we also see it as a dialogical interaction of modernity and tradition. And we also, there's a lot to say, but I will just say that I will take some important points in history, in Telangana history, and then I will just try to see where do we pose this contestation of modernity and tradition here. As we all understand here, those of us sitting, the tradition to modernity has often been understood as a journey which is almost linear in Western sense. And it is here that we have these two great scholars from basically coming from Western paradigm, but doing extraordinary research, exemplary research on Indian politics, who actually lay down and challenge and contest that paradigm itself. And that's where it begins, that, modernity and tradition are not, to be taken and understood as something which is only taking a unilinear path. And that is also true in the federal journey of Indian democracy. And that is more so very clearly apparent if you see the journey of Telangana identity and the separate statehood. In 1948, when the Hyderabad state was formed, all of you may be familiar with the fact that, at that point of time, Andhra region was, assimilated into what is known as Andhra Pradesh today, okay, was assimilated into Madras Presidency. Whereas the other Telugu-speaking region of Telangana was, unified in the Hyderabad state. Much against the wishes of the Telugu-speaking people in Telangana. Interestingly, Pandit Nehru, at that point of time, was not in favor of this arrangement. And Justice Fazal Ali Commission, or the States Reorganization Commission, more popularly known as, would eventually also make a note of this fact that Pandit Nehru was not in favor of this, because he understood and he had the wisdom to see that, this is going to lead to a lot of challenges in the Indian federal democratic journey. And eventually, in 53, as he anticipated, Potti Sri Ramulu went on strike, and this fast on to death for Andhra state created the state of Andhra, Andhra, not Andhra Pradesh. But even then, Telangana was still retained its separate identity, and it was only under the Linguistic Reorganization, Commission and their guidelines and their, suggestions. In 56, we have the formation of Andhra Pradesh state. Now, with the formation of Andhra Pradesh state, Telangana was brought under the umbrella of Andhra state under pretext of the fact that both are Telugu speaking population and they should be in one state ideally. However, Telangana people were not very happy with this, because there was a history. There's a cultural history that they celebrated, and they said, while we are Telugu speaking people, there's no doubt about it, and we also have the same script. But our history is very different from that of the Andhra state. And we deserve a separate state. And the journey of, a separate statehood started almost in 56 itself. But around that time, if you remember that most of the princely states were, getting reorganized under one, umbrella of Indian state. So therefore, it was decided that we have to come together, and we have to ensure that, there is some kind of a national integration, and therefore, the gentleman's agreement was signed, where the leaders of both Andhra as well as Telangana came together with an understanding that the resource sharing between the two states will continue. Now, then again, in 69 and 72 and 3, this problem, cropped up again. And in fact, it cropped up again under the aegis of Telangana, what you may call Praja Samiti. Chenna Reddy was the leader at that time, students' leader. And not only the academicians, but also the students, teachers, and, what you may call the middle class intelligentsia, as we understand, everybody was in support of Telangana state. And in fact, Telangana state was almost on the verge of being declared as a separate state from Andhra Pradesh, but then the Bangladesh war, broke out. India-Pakistan war broke out, and that's when Indira Gandhi had a direct conversation with Chenna Reddy, wherein Chenna Reddy clearly was told that we have to project, while we appreciate your sentiments of a separate statehood, we have to project at least in the times of the war, we have to project that it is a single state. We are, as in, unified within, at least not if without. So therefore, the entire, arrangement was again brought forward, wherein a 6-point agenda was signed between the center and the state. And Chenna Reddy eventually agreed to merge Telangana Praja Samiti with Congress, in which he did later on. And the 6-point arrangement was also a federal arrangement of resource sharing, where a certain percentage of resources would be given to Andhra and Telangana and Rayalaseema, based on the idea of their regional backwardness or the amount of resources that are being allocated to each region. But interestingly, what happened here is that, till 73, from 48 to 73, what you see is that often Telangana problem has been understood as a resource sharing problem. If indeed, this is what most, wherein the methodology of Rudolph's becomes very important. If indeed this was a problem of, just a resource sharing problem, then that should have been taken care of by this federal arrangement. But time and again, this problem crept up again and again at the beginning of the millennium, and we see that, Telangana Rashtra Samiti is formed under KCR. And not that to say that only these political formations and political output for taking forward the movement of Telangana state for a separate statehood, but even the formulations, cultural outfits, as well as smaller but lesser known movements also came together. Leaders came together and fought for the Telangana movement, like Jai Bharat Reddy, he also fought for the Telangana movement, But however, what one needs to understand here is that the juxtaposition of Telangana as a separate identity started gaining currency more so towards the end of the millennium and the beginning. And it is here that you see that, they are no longer talking about their language. They're not only talking about their language as a separate, what you may call agency and category that needs to be addressed, but they also started seeing that, this particular idea of Telangana state needs to be also understood through a different formulation, and that is their cultural identity. And it is here you see that the primordial loyalties become very important in understanding a group of political community and the political imaginations as well as the contestations that go with the making of the separate state, then start gaining currency based on their historical experiences. So they saw themselves as a shared cultural group with a common history which needed to be addressed and needed to be also resolved at some point of time, because this would not have taken forward. Now, in 2014, the culmination of separate statehood does take place against the backdrop of these arguments. And here we see that again, the methodology of that, how tradition, the interplay of tradition and modernity in Indian democracy, particularly federal democracy, comes to the fore. And here, just as Professor Kumar was mentioning, that this, there are a lot of, you can see that there is a plethora of, plural methodologies operating here. On the one hand, you have the idea of an imagination. On the other hand, you have the idea of culture becoming an important agency in, the formulation of federal fabric or metrics of Indian democracy. On the other hand, you also see how primordial loyalties become very, very important in the operationalization of political parties and their mobilization. Then you also see that how the idea of, what you may call nation versus the province or the state must also be balanced within the larger federal framework. Then you also see that how this entire interplay eventually culminates in the formation of the Telangana states on June 2nd, 2014. Wherein you see that, that ultimately you have an idea of a state which is, formulated with, the interplay of tradition and modernity on one hand, where the institutional, demands of politics of imagination are very different from the contestations which tradition bring into language on the one hand, on the other hand, culture. And it was very important for Indian federal democracy to take it forward. But not to overlook the power dynamics of the formation of what Telangana state. One must also see and give credit to the underlying power dynamics of primordial loyalties, which were also at play in, as far as the political analysis and political mobilization of the Indian federal matrix was concerned. And that is where, I'll just take one. That is where you see that that actually it was as much a political necessity for Congress to ensure that Telangana state is formed, because at that point they thought that Congress had lost after the bifurcation. Without the bifurcation, the Congress stands to lose all the 42 seats in Andhra, because after the death of Rajashekar Reddy, it seemed like Jagan would walk away with the entire state. And they wanted to actually retain at least those many number of seats, in Telangana. But what has happened? We've seen at 10 years now that that actually Telangana Rashtra Samiti has gone back on that, what we were just talking about, the interplay between tradition and modernity. The sentiment, the Telangana sentiment upon which they won, the Telangana Rashtra Samiti was converted into Bharat Rashtra Samiti in 2022, 8 years after the formation. And as soon as it was made into Bharat Rashtra Samiti, reflecting the KCR's aspiration of taking his party, at a national level, immediately the Telangana people denounce him and re-elect Congress as the party there. So therefore, as even Karthik was mentioning in his speech, and Ganesh and others, Anushri, everybody, Kunjan, they were all mentioning prior to me, that tradition, it seems, as far as, primordial loyalties being a very important trajectory which we cannot overlook, as far as understanding the process of, political mobilization, as well as how the federal, political mapping is taking place, either through the imaginations of a imagination, or through what you may understand, the modern, deepening of, political processes of democracy in India. You see that Rudolphs remain relevant in both cases. Okay, and this is what I have tried to summarize today. And of course, there's a lot, but due to paucity of times, I will conclude here. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Hello everyone. I would like to begin by thanking Asha ma'am for the opportunity. I would also like to begin my paper by reading out a poem titled Adivasi, penned down by a tribal poet from Jharkhand named Anuj Lugun. It's in Hindi. I'll read out the poem right now. वे जानते हैं जंगली जड़ी बूटियों से अपना इलाज करना, वे जानते हैं जंतुओं की हरकतों से मौसम का मिजाज समझना, सारे पेड़ पौधे पर्वत पहाड़ नदी झरने जानते हैं कि वे कौन हैं. My paper is titled The Dialectics of Tradition and Modernity in the Making of the Adivasi Public Sphere. And what I aim to do in this paper is to use Rudolph's expert framing of the modernity of tradition, which right at the outset problematizes and challenges the assumptions of modernization theory. The Rudolphs in their work argue that tradition does not just dissolve under the pressure of modernity, that it adapts and in some cases becomes the driving force behind modern political processes. The divide had its infamous form in the question of whether modern or primitive. The Adivasi and their characterization as the primitives was greatly disparaging to the community. Even in pre-colonial narratives, they were seen as the barbarians residing in the forest. They were the feared demons that lurked as a danger to the settlements, the Rakshasas. The dominant culture of the time called it their duty to put this disorderly people under a righteous authority, turning the Rakshasas into compliant subjects. With the arrival of colonialism, further damage continued. The Western episteme stressed on their own norms to understand the world around them, and all forms of tribal custom and practices were further relegated to the domain of being cultural anomalies. The evolutionary theories, while making sense of these anomalies, framed the Adivasis as primitives and never our contemporaries. The Adivasis were studied as objects rather than as agents. They were said to lack history of any kind. The colonial project of primitivism showed them as inept of governing themselves and making any, within quotes, modern progress. In the face of such challenges, Adivasi communities as political agents during colonial period and in the post-independence period have actively channelized their efforts to recuperate and revitalize their diminishing culture. I would like to briefly bring in Bruno Latour's work, We Have Never Been Modern, to place my arguments and understand the assumptions, the concepts, and the categories and rules that govern how modernity understands reality. There is a divide, an absolute separation of the domain of nature and culture. The modern is said to be rational, it's said to be progressive and emancipated from myth to any magnitude. The belief that the modern world had radically broken with pre-modern confusion of nature and culture needs to be questioned. Given the ecological, environmental, moral, and political crises that the modern world faces, there should be a deeper reflection on what does politics of being itself signify. Nature isn't just a commodity or a tool for man. Humans have evolved with forms of self-conscious, intentional environmental connections. The Adivasi community, interchangeably also the indigenous people of the world, live in close concert with nature, and nature is not seen as the other by them. Not only does nature constitute the social and cultural for the Adivasi, but it is also the political for them. Jal, Jangal, Zameen, and other natural resources aren't just means of economic subsistence, but define and determine their life world. The human is emplaced in nature. We will, for this paper, bring into special focus the Adivasi community's attachments to the forces of nature, forest, and land. This ordering or system of emplacement can be understood by looking at the cosmological worldview of the Adivasi. It is crucial to look at how a community makes sense of their world. The Adivasi creation or origin tale served as a signifier of the community's specific imagery of their relation with the environment. The Adivasi life world and its moral basis are located in their cosmological a-perceptions. For example, one can see across the creation legends and myths, whether they are of Mundas, Hos, or Santals, that nature was the first creation of their deities. Humans were thus not only benefactors of nature, but their protectors. If the eminence or the centrality of nature was challenged, according to these legends, the humans would have to face severe consequences. This account will put into perspective how the Adivasi were ecological agents and how these myths were active sites of self-fashioning by the tribal communities. These served as social registers of their world order and were embodiments of collective memory. Using this, we will now move on to talking about self-definition, self-expression, and self-identification done by the Adivasi, as it allows for agency, creative action, and shapes the possibility of an emancipatory political movement. This study looks at the reclaiming and reconceptualization of the public space of Adivasi through two different formats. First is the preeminence of Gram Sabha in PESA, which is Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas Act of 1996, and the second is the contemporary revival of Dhumkudiya. So in laying out the first proposition, I'd like to bring in Rudolph's work on legal culture and social change, in which they say India's modern legal order wasn't a simple adoption of Western institutions, but a complex sort of negotiation that happened between inherited legal cultures and the ones that were already present. They therefore argued for legal pluralism to be an important element. In the case of Adivasi, legal pluralism is very significant because legal positivism struck to the universal assumption of property and thus policies about it, which was dismissive of the diverse variety in different socio-cultural systems. The tribal interaction with property is imbued with collective responsibility, aspirations, liabilities, functions, and isn't about dominating over things. The customary law or living law matter for the Adivasis. Article 13 of the Indian Constitution states that the law will include custom or usage having in the territory of India the force of law. This gives recognition to customary practices concerning personal laws and natural resource laws. Panchayat Extension to Schedule Areas Act 1996 was envisaged by the chairperson of the Bhuria Committee, of whose recommendation it was enacted, as a law capable of removing the dissonance between tribal tradition of self-governance and modern formal institutions. PESA recognizes that the Gram Sabha, which is an assembly of adult members of the village, the habitation, is the primary unit of governance. The president of the Gram Sabha will be a person recognized by the village according to prevailing traditional customs. The Gram Sabha is empowered and entrusted with safeguarding community interests, preserving culture and traditions, managing key resources, Jal Jangal Zameen, minor minerals, and minor forest produce. The pre-consent of Gram Sabha on issues of land acquisition or rehabilitation is made mandatory. This is therefore an institutional manifestation of the traditional order within the legal regimes of the modern state. The village, which was traditionally for the Adivasi an ethical spiritual space, has now also been turned into not just an administrative unit but as a very active political space, the Adivasi public culture sphere. Dhumkuria, which I also mentioned, was a socio-pedagogical institution which played a significant role in Adivasi cultural life. These were sites of cultural transmission and community bonding. This old institution and a site of prominent practices started existing as just youth dormitories in the colonial times, but gradually was pushed to the brink of erasure. A construction of central Dhumkuria in Ranchi has begun in 2021. The formation for which was it was promoted by the Chief Minister Hemant Soren. And Dhumkuria is being reclaimed not as a relic of the past, but as Lurkuria, where the Adivasis are centering their lure, which is knowledge, alongside the state-mandated curricula, turning them into epistemic agents, themselves into epistemic agents. I had started with a question in mind. If there is a possibility of imagining and outlining a space for the Adivasis, coexisting not as primitives, but as a unique, radical, irreconcilable political front. I would like to conclude by saying that in reclaiming their notion of being and its interplay with their becoming, the Adivasi will have created their sense of belonging and brought into existence their public sphere. Thank you.
We'll now break for lunch and gather at what, 2:30? 2:15. We'll gather back here at 2:15. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We're now beginning with the fourth panel discussion of today on state formation and federalism, thinking through the Rudolphian perspectives. Our two speakers are Abhijit Sapakale, research scholar in the Center for Political Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University, who will be presenting on Amcha Belgaum or Namma Belgavi. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing the words wrong. Language, narratives, and the politics of territorial claim in Belgaum. And our second speaker is Sana Chaudhary, research scholar at the Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, who will be presenting on pedagogies of the state, a comparative analysis of India and Turkey. Can I request both speakers to come to the stage? The discussion will be at the end after all the papers have been presented. We have given notebooks and pens to encourage people to take notes.
It's okay.
The two speakers, can I please request them to come here? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abhijit, PhD scholar in Center of Political Studies, and my topic is language, borders, and state. The case study of Belgaum since 1960s. The work that I'm presenting here is Amcha Belgaum or Namma Belgavi, language, narrative, and politics of territorial claim in Belgaum. I'll start with the story. It's November 1, 2025, just few months ago. And basically, Belgaum is divided into two parts. It's not a geographical or spatial division. It is a division of ideologies, narratives, and peoples. While the Kannada side of the division is celebrating the long-awaited dream of having its own state, the Marathi side is calling it as Kala Din, or as they call it as Kala Divas, where a historical injustice was committed. The sides are divided by flags, slogans, and even the name of the city. Is it Amsa Belgaum, our Belgaum, or Namma Belgavi, our Belgavi? So basically, Rudolph in their essay, Federalism as State Formation in India, Theoretical of Shared and Negotiated Sovereignty, provides the theoretical scaffolding of understanding why this dispute persists in the form it does and why conventional political solutions have so consistently failed. The Rudolph basically challenges the master narrative of formation of the modern state, in which unified monopoly sovereignty is presented as a universal, natural culmination of the teleological process. Against this, they propose that Indian federalism is better understood as a way to share and negotiate divided sovereignty, a living process shaped by centuries of subcontinental imperial formation. So basically, there are these two organizations which are very active on the field. And generally, one of the things which Asha ma'am always tells us to go to the field, which she also talked in the morning also, about how Rudolph, basically Susanne Rudolph was made so copious notes of the field. And that's what also inspired me in some ways to take a look at the field, to note down each and every event. So basically, there are these two organizations which are very active in the linguistic landscape of the Belgaum. One is Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti, MES, and the other is Kannada Rakshana Vedike. So some of you might have heard in Karnataka, basically in Bangalore, the people who generally barge into the banks and tell the managers to talk in Kannada. Nivu Kannada madatiri, that's how they say it. Or even for that matter, if you might be aware of the Maharashtra politics, how the Manasi does that. Ki Maharashtra rahaयचं तर तुम्हाला मराठी बोलावं लागेल. So that's how it is very, these two, so basically when we take this understanding of language politics, we generally look at from Hindi versus Kannada or Hindi versus Marathi. But that is not the case in Belgaum. It is the other way. It is basically Marathi versus the Kannada. So that's how I try to look at this. Not that there is no other element. There is basically also the Urdu in the landscape. There are Muslim population, there are Dalit population who are trying to navigate in this linguistic landscape also. But primarily I would focus on basically Marathi versus Kannada identity. Also taking what Rudolph also suggests, that the story of federalism from the ground. So that's what I'm trying to understand. During the fieldwork, while I was interviewing some of the members from Karaway, one of the members also goes into this very monopoly logic and says that Belagavi is indivisible part of Karnataka. And one must speak Kannada if they are in Karnataka. Though both these organizations are opposing each other, they use the same logic. They use the logic that since it belongs to Marathi people or it belongs to Kannada people, it should be included in Maharashtra or vice versa, or in Karnataka. Then there is this 60% rule where Karnataka government has come up with a law where 60% of the commercial billboards should be written in Kannada. And there is this huge fight over this whole issue, where again Karaway people barge into the shopkeepers' shops and they force the shopkeepers to write it in Kannada. Just in Kannada, not even in English. So this is how the field is about. As of now, recently, in fact, 9th February 2026, there is this one place called Vadgaon, and which was later named as the Karnataka government said it is a mistake, but it was named as Vadagavi, again, like Belgav, Belagavi. But the Marathi people said that it is a deliberate attempt to Kannadize the names of Marathi localities, and which would cut Marathi Janta, the Marathi population, from their cultural ties. So there is this basically what Rudolph also talked about, layered realities. And in this city's plural history, I look upon these layered pluralities, where for example, the place where I stayed, Azamnagar, it also has a language called Dakhani language. And they have their own identity. They don't fall in this binary of Marathi and Kannada, but they have their own Dakhani identity. And when talking to one of the rickshawala, I asked him, how do you look at this whole scenario? And he said that I'm not much concerned about it. Since he also stayed in Goa for some time, he said that since I can talk in Hindi also, that doesn't bother me. But again, he was himself very flexible. He used to talk in Hindi, he used to talk in Marathi, and he used to talk in Kannada also. So he would change the language as if a Marathi person comes, he would talk in Marathi, and if a Kannada person comes, he would talk in Kannada. And of course, with the police officers, traffic havaldars, he would talk in Kannada, because that was the language of the administration. The Kannadikaran, that is Kannadization. This discourse of Kannadikaran is very strong among the Marathi population there. And for example, they even compare themselves with their situation to even Kashmir and Tibet. For example, while talking to one of the reporters, the reporter said that what is happening in Kashmir is happening to us in Belgav, or what the China has done to Tibet, that is being done by the Karnataka government to us. So these are the And in the morning when Asha ma'am introduced us to Anand sir talked about how Belgav has been not focused. And that discourse is very much there in the Belgav city. In fact, in 1960, Sanna Bhau Sathe wrote a poem, Maji Maina Gavakade Rahili, आणि माझी होती आहे काहिली. That means that he basically is talking how we got the Mumbai, but we couldn't get Belgav. And still that poem is being sung by the members of Maharashtra Ekikran Samiti. There are thick, commemorative cultures, basically which commemorates 17 January, where the state reorganization happened in 1956 on 16th January, and riots broke out on the 17th of the January. And then it is annually observed as Martyr Days. Basically, then we also have Sarabandi Zautha. That is a protest movement which was on the lines of Bardoli Satyagraha. In fact, it has been written widely in the local literature that it was inspired by the Bardoli Satyagraha, and they usually talk about it, that how Sarabandi Zautha was a successful campaign against the Karnataka government. Then 1986 again is a protest where Sharad Pawar and Chhagan Bhujbal themselves were active in this protest, and they tried to enter Karnataka. Again, I met one of the participant who was riding the rickshaw of Sharad Pawar and Chhagan Bhujbal, and he was talking how after both these leaders left, the police captured him. They they beaten up him to death, and till now he cannot walk on his legs. And still those memories haunt him. His body is quite literally an archive of the movement's history. And they rely on this history, they rely on this memory very much to make this claim that how Karnataka government has been very discriminatory to us. Since being a student of Asha ma'am, semiotics is something which we always talk about, and how Asha ma'am has also taught us about the semiotics. I would also like to focus on basically the semiotics of the contested claims, specifically flags, billboards, and icons. Again, when I went back, when I was talking about the 1st November event, flags were some of the most interesting thing that I observed. There are basically two flags. One is the Kannada flag and the Marathi flag, of course. The Kannada flag, the saffron and the red and the yellow, and the Marathi flag, that is Bhagwa flag, basically. But there's a difference. It's not the saffron which we think. It's basically the Jari Patka wala saffron, which is what you say. It's an identity of a Marathi. It's a Marathi identity thing. So basically, these flags were hoisted everywhere. In Belgaum, it was hoisted everywhere, in every offices, not just public offices, but also in the houses. And people were carrying these huge flags, and they were riding bikes, cars, and were just roaming around and celebrating it was a festive season for them. On the other hand, again, Marathi people, I'm not overestimating, but roughly 3,000 to 4,000 people gathered, and they were carrying black flags. So that much contested it is. And again, in terms of icons, when we are talking, so basically the Kannada icons, basically Kittur Rani Chennamma, and then Sangoli Rayanna. So basically these are the two prominent cultural of Kannada, and Shivaji, of course. So while talking to one of the participants, he said that we Kannada people give respect to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, but these Marathi people don't give respect to Kittur Rani Chennamma and Sangoli Rayanna. So that is like how it is. And also, again, coming to so I'll just end within a minute. So the Belgaum dispute will not be resolved in Supreme Court or in the central government by the central government, because it's not merely a legal or administrative dispute. It is a kind of dispute of sovereign India's federal system to willingness to recognize, basically. Again, the question is who owns Belgaum? That is again a contested question. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Abhijit, for some sort of an interactive presentation there. And I was really surprised to know that the Marathi saffron is very different from the RSS saffron. Are we sure? Yeah, but the colors are slightly, the shades are slightly different. Okay. So my paper is titled Pedagogies of the State. It's a comparative analysis of India and Turkey. And my paper is divided into 4 sections. The first is tracing this history of this linkage between politics and education in India. The second section does it for Turkey. The third one is talking about a rather contemporary moment of neoliberal economics and conservative politics coming together. And fourth is the conclusion part with a slightly cautionary end to my presentation. And for the first 2 sections, especially, I am borrowing heavily from the Rudolph's work, Education and Politics in India. And so is the borrowing of the methodology, which I essentially see as comparative and historical. Now, before I formally begin with my paper, I want to start a very dramatic beginning. I want to start with a very dramatic beginning. So the last time I was in JNU a few days back, there was this huge poster on the campus road, on the ring road, huge life-size posters of some sort of a collaboration between Jawaharlal Nehru University and the Heidelberg University in Germany, which happens to be one of the best premier public universities in Germany, right? And there was our dearest vice chancellor of our university and another person from Germany. Now, this image prompted something in my mind, and please keep that poster, although I should have brought some sort of a PPT or an image, but please keep this image in your mind and we will return to this. Now coming to the first section of my presentation, which talks about the history of education and politics in India. From Rudolph's work, two characteristics of history of modern education in India stand out for relevance. A, that government of the day has always been involved in the management and the very foundation of universities in India. And B is that there is some sort of a bureaucracy that has seeped into university procedures. Now, education under the British rule for the British was a great way to train and find themselves good political and political and administrative collaborators. The first modern universities of Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras were bureaucratic devices to oversee precisely this manufacturing of administrators. Now, these were never meant to be communities of scholars. The governor generals heading these universities ensured that politically motivated Indians keep away from such spaces to avert any challenge to the empire. Beyond these universities set up by the British, the other set was the nationalist universities like Gujarat Vidyapeeth, Kashi Vidyapeeth in Uttar Pradesh, Jamia Millia Islamia. Now, again, the concerns of the students of these universities was more about fighting the British Raj and not, develop some sort of an intellect. No cultivation of intellectualism is happening here, right? So, in both the cases, the places have remained very, very political, right? Now, a third kind was also emerging, and this was, foundations like the Arya Samaj and their educational activities, which are talking about, they are foregrounding a rather very militant idea of Hindu identity and culture, right? As an answer to their counterparts of Christian and Muslim universities, but also later on they're secular, that secularism that they will have to fight. Now, these colonial imprints on higher education facilitated the politicization of university spaces because there was, from the beginning, no clear demarcation between what is educational sphere and what is the government sphere. And with independence, this connection between politics and institutions of higher education, it remains, the motives change, right? Now, there is a pursuit of power for material rewards, for social status and everything. The expansion of political democracy in India intensified this demand for higher education, and what we see is a massive proliferation of public and private universities in India, but it is especially in the case of public universities because they are financially dependent on the government that they are, more vulnerable to that sort of politicization and intervention by the government. It was, of course, acknowledged that universities do not and should not, operate in a vacuum, in a political vacuum, that university and student life should be guided by some sort of politics. But the question remains is what should be the direction of this political involvement? Now, coming to the history of education and politics in Turkey, the Ottoman Empire, because Islam was a predominant religion, education was steeped in Turkish traditions and Islamic principles. But once it was past its golden age and it started to lose to the European countries, in scientific and political and technological advancements, there was a section within the Ottoman Empire's bureaucracy, which was very influenced by European ideas of modernity, that there should be some sort of westernization that should take place, right? And this happened in the form of something called the Tanzimat reforms, right? They tried to save a very sick, ailing empire. And they went to the point, and it's very radical for an age of empires, that the Ottoman Empire legalized homosexuality, right? So that was their desperation to catch up with this modernity, okay? Now, these reforms came in too little, too late, but it did set the way for something called the Young Turk movement, which will ultimately be led by a very charismatic figure of Kemal Mustafa, right? Popularly known as Ataturk, the father of the Turks. Now, this Kemalist revolution undertook a civilizational project of jettisoning all remnants of Islamic practices and symbols from the public sphere. This was an ideological obsession with European modernity and secularism that was imposed on the Turkish society, backed by the might of the military. It entailed political, social, and most importantly, religious reforms. Now, the kind of reforms that they tried to do, that Mustafa Kemal tried to bring in the cultural change, was he banned the fez, this popular hat in Turkey, even though it's not a religious symbol, it's a cultural symbol, right? They tried to organize these European themed ball parties, dance parties, right? They had their own football leagues, they had their own club. Turkish classical music was banned on the radio. So these are the kind of cultural reforms that Ataturk is trying to push in. But it is in the field of education, it is through the instrument of education that becomes a very important source of the state ideology of modernity and secularism. Interestingly, in 1924, a year after the formal declaration of the Republic of Turkey, John Dewey, who we know as the intellectual mentor of Ambedkar and his work on the idea of progressive education, was called to Turkey to recommend something about how to reform the national education system. Dewey traveled across Turkey and he came out with a few recommendations. First, many recommendations, he wrote a long report, but some of the central ideas were: first, any idea of pedagogy should be decentralized in order to grasp the local conditions. Second, to have a comprehensive training system for teachers who will eventually become the intellectual and moral voices of the Turkish civil society. Third, having vocational courses. And fourth, have village level institutes at the rural level. Now, his observations of a society and state which is going through a transitional phase also gets him, leads him to write some caution into these recommendations. One is that these plans have to be thoroughly studied and not to be pushed prematurely. And second, he does see the pluralistic nature of the Turkish society very clearly and notes that any centralization should only be in the service of unity and not uniformity. And third, the red tapeism of bureaucracy, clerical routines and formalities should not overshadow the intellectual aims of the education reformation. Unfortunately, the Turkish state does become extremely centralized, including its national education system that is more concerned with the standard, uniform, predominantly Turkish culture to the detriment of many religious, ethnic and linguistic communities. The only recommendation of Dewey it took seriously was about the local village level institutes, but the larger education system became about control and domination. Now we make a huge leap, we come to the contemporary moment, and this is the advent of the neoliberal economic order, both in India and Turkey, which is happening at us, it's a very similar timeline. But what this neoliberal advent is coming with is also this expansion and bourgeoising of the political and cultural Islamic right wing in Turkey and the Hindu right wing in India. And I do not see this simply as a causal relationship, I see it as that of mutual reinforcement. Now, this cultural religious nationalism requires neoliberal polity because they provide for political practices and morality that move away from the language of democratic rights and entitlements to foreground consumerism over citizenship. Now, what does this mean for this link between education and politics that we've been trying to historically link? I'm going to state some characteristics, very neoliberal characteristics of this education system that are common to both countries. First is a systematic dismantling of public education, both as investment and a democratic right, to create a thriving space for private actors. And we know this plot works because this is exactly what the Indian state did in the 1980s to the government schools, right? You make them so defunded, so bad in quality that people are forced to move to private schools. Something very similar is now happening in the higher education realm. Education becomes a commodity and students human capital who will then become part of the larger marketized state and society as producers, consumers, and entrepreneurs. The reduction of democracy to electoral politics, minimizing or removing concepts of citizenship and human rights. Introduction of vocational education to students who are more likely to meet demands of the labor market. Education then reproduces class-differentiated citizen subjects. It can also reinforce this hierarchy between mental and manual labor. There is also a move towards multidisciplinary courses and professional degrees that give you a better chance of job security. Now, this move specifically undermines the social sciences or the humanities, which require a certain degree of specialization. Academia then becomes an industry, right? Publish or perish. I have first-year students who walk up to me and say that we want to publish our assignment. I want to turn them into a research paper. And I don't know whether to be happy that somebody is so motivated or to tell them that you have to wait, like take your time in reading and writing and train yourselves, right? So this is a certain neoliberal idea that the student also has in mind. Now, beyond this obvious neoliberal idea of education as instrumental, there has been a concerted ideological attack on public education, especially public universities, and I take two public universities as illustrative examples here. The first one is the Ankara University in Turkey, and the second one is, of course, our own JNU. And I will be speaking a little bit more about Ankara because I think, everything that I have to say about Ankara also fits very neatly with what's happening in JNU, and we already know a lot about JNU, right? In Turkey, what Erdogan and his ideology, which is rooted in a strong religious idea of Turkish nationalism, have done is to go after the secular liberal elites of Turkey, jail them, put them on trial, but he has also gone after the very institutions which produce and sustain such politics. One such total attack has been on the political science department of the Ankara University. Now, this department has a long history of producing some of the finest Turkish scholars of politics, of diplomats, bureaucrats. They simply do not. It is very popularly said that this department does not simply study Turkish state. They are the Turkish state. particularly famous for its liberal campus, even the Kurdish students find themselves in a space where their freedom of expression and speech is respected. Now, controversially, Abdullah Öcalan is a graduate of this university who is the founder of the PKK, which is a terrorist organization for the... No, I need 4 minutes more. Now, there was a pro-government media that started building this kind of an atmosphere in the civil society against this university, right? These are the enemies of Islam, these are the gay harbors, right? And do you remember something similarly was done in the national media regarding JNU back in 2016, right? The biggest attack on this university came after the failed 2016 military coup, where the Erdogan regime exercised a purge, where all political descendants, from academics to state civil servants to journalists, were fired. 21 of the professors of this university were fired, right? And the university walls now cannot have leftist posters anymore, and there can only be the Turkish flag, which reminds me of the time where the last vice chancellor of JNU wanted to install an army tank in the campus, right? So closer home in JNU, apart from similar trends, what we have is that the university is now packed with faculty and administrators who are in service of this particular ruling ideology. And even beyond this loyalty to the regime, there is also fear and opportunism that drives this. Now, to come to the more provocative parts of my presentation, which is the conclusion, there is a certain vendetta that marks this dismantling of liberal universities in both Turkey and India. There is a feeling by the regime and its people that so far you liberal elites have ruled academia, now it's our turn. There is perhaps a genuine grievance behind this accusation of being very elite institutions. Now, I am not denying that there is a presence of a concerted political ideological project that drives this attack, and obviously this is something much more lasting than the previous political interventions in the university spaces in India, and it will probably take a long time and political will to undo a lot of this. But I do find this as a moment of self-reflection. In Turkey's case, the grievance was a very obvious one that was always present as the fundamental political division, right? There is the religious population, and then there is the militant secularism, right? In India, the story gets slightly more complicated, not least because there is RSS, a 100-year-old cultural organization with a blueprint for this country that is backing the BJP, but also because I see in the foundations of state formation in India some democratic elements that are completely missing from Turkey's foundation, right? Turkey's foundation as a republic, as a modern state, is inextricably linked with authoritarianism. And now, in my discussions about JNU, there is a certain nostalgia, right? That those were the good old days of JNU. Now, despite all the contributions of this university and its culture of protest and contributions to the nation, I am deeply uncomfortable with this harking back to the past, because this glorification of a past is right out of the nationalist playbook, right? And I will quote Avijit Pathak. He writes in a very lucid article in the Indian Express on JNU here. It became increasingly insulated from the periphery. It evolved some sort of intellectual snobbery and lost its connectedness with local intellectuals and diverse knowledge traditions. Moreover, at times, its radicalism became somewhat intolerant or suspicious of all those who saw the world differently. And here's my argument. There is a vacuum that these regimes fill and abuse. In India, it is a historiography that downplayed communal tensions, the relegation of Indian knowledge systems or religious scriptures. We do not have to exalt them, but we can and we should intellectually engage with them, either to critique them or reform them. Now, this also takes me, last bit, I promise, this takes me to an interesting piece of scholarship on German academia during Nazi regime, that despite the ideological goals of one of the most criminal regimes, political regimes in the history of the world, a lot of people and some of the greatest intellectual minds of Germany really believed that National Socialism was actually a spiritual revival of the country of Germany, which was internationally humiliated after the end of the First World War, right? And there was a conformist academic culture, and this idea that the Nazi people got some people in universities like Heidelberg, right, from outside, right? This is an incomplete story. They already found a very fertile ground to take over these spaces. They did not have to install newer people with newer ideologies. The existing professorship there was enough. And Now, again, my reference to fascism might be very alarming. It might appear as hyperbole. But here's a question I want to pose. Now, to qualify the contemporary moment as fascist, do we have to go back to fascism as a historical event, right? Something that happened in Nazi Germany, and the contemporary moment has to mark and tick all the boxes that happened in Nazi Germany before we can, look at the horrors or the potential horrors? Or do we look at it as a theoretical understanding of fascism, right? There are elements that we look into it, that this complete coming together of terror and ideology, the state obliterating the private sphere, right? This usage of bureaucracy to rule a certain kind of a totalitarian state, the blurring of the boundary of what is the law and what is the exception, what is war and what is peace, right? I began with history and I go back to this. This is an important lesson in history that we have to learn, we should learn, because this attack on the humanities by this certain fusion of neoliberalism and whatever you want to call it, ethno-nationalist, illiberal, fascist democracy, this is a threat to the very idea of democracy, because democracy rests on the public soil of certain public goods, out of which education is perhaps the most important one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhijit and Sana. We now go to the fifth and last panel for today. It will be a panel on contestations over feminist, indigenous, and Gandhian ideas, taking forward the Rudolphian views. For this panel, we have three speakers: Randhir Gautam, Secretary of the Vishwaniyam Center for Asian Blossoming, Delhi, who will be presenting a paper on Rudolph, Gandhi, and the non-party politics in India, rethinking the process of state building. Then we have Rachna Sharma, Assistant Professor in the Department of Sociology, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, who will be presenting a paper on feminism and situated knowledge, a critique of the Rudolph's position on India. Lastly, we have Rakesh Thakur, Associate Professor in Sociology at Postgraduate Government College, Sector 11, Chandigarh, who will be presenting a paper titled Locating Rudolphian Ideas Amidst the Resilient Indian Knowledge System. Randhir Gautam.
First of all, thank you so much for giving me opportunity to celebrate the living and loving legacy of Rudolph and Rudolph. I am a student of sociology. Unfortunately, we do not read Rudolph's work in political sociology. Fortunately, I read first time Rudolph's work in one of my favorite book, written by Professor Anand Kumar, that is State and Society, Making of Nation Agenda from 1917 to 1977. My paper titled Rudolph, Gandhi, Non-Party Politics, and some kind of rethinking of state and state building process. I studied non-party movement, and basically that tradition comes from a new interpretation of Indian polity. It incorporates Gandhian's idea of democracy, Royist understanding of democracy, and then later I see Binova work and Jayaprakash Narayan work. So let me first give me a kind of position where I think like Rudolph's work is important. Society and state has always contestation, and that contestation can be solved when we solve the theoretical contestation between state and society. Let me give a kind of framework where we can situate this problem. For example, the study or the quest of social movement. There is a agency, there is a structure of social mobilization, but that cannot be translated into institutionalization if we do not have a dialogue between state and society. And but this dialogue can be, it can happen when we can conceptualize like the way Rudolph engaged with the dialogue of tradition and modernity. modernity and tradition is not binary. It exists at same time. In the same way, a state and society is not a kind of binary. There is a state in society and there is a society in a state. So I basically see Rudolph's work a kind of a work where we can have we can find the middle path, and in political science it is very difficult to find the middle path. And because why? Because middle path, you have to give the scope of non-dogmatic view. And when I read Rudolph's work, I found a lot of a kind of non-dogmatic view. I'm a student of sociology, so I study charisma from T.K. Omen's work. I understood charisma and its impact on society in terms of social movement, social change. But when I read Rudolph's work on Gandhi's idea of charisma, I found totally different idea. And you can have a kind of differentiation between the approach of political science and sociology when you have read these two texts. Charisma, interpretation of Bhutan movement by T.K. Omen, and Rudolph. And you can measure, and then you will find the answer why sociologists do not study Rudolph. Because Rudolph did not engage with the question of social movement. And there is a thing that one can find in this. So briefly, I will just give. But when I read Professor Anand Kumar's work, particularly state agenda making, I found a kind of a potential where sociologists can engage with Rudolph's work. Giving one example, like when Professor Anand Kumar talks about 7 types of deficits, like development deficits, government deficit, legitimacy deficit, citizenship deficit, and nation building deficit. You can find like you can find like these deficits can be eradicated. One, you have a kind of orientation of negotiating the dichotomy between state and society at the one hand, and rethinking of a relationship of individual and society, individual and state, and individual and power. Because the kind of one thing that I find is very important to understand is, Rudolph decoded the idea of contestation when he gave the kind of observation of Nehru's. When Nehru was asked कि इंडिया का सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम क्या है, तो नेहरू ने कहा कि रिलीजियस स्टेट का होना सबसे बड़ा डिफिकल्ट प्रॉब्लम है, धर्म का होना इस सोसाइटी में. लेकिन गांधी कहते हैं कि धर्म का होना बहुत ज़रूरी है, अनटिल अनलेस स्पिरिचुअलाइजेशन. तो लेकिन स्टेट के एजेंडा मेकिंग में धर्म और बट अगेन व्हेन यू रीड रूडोल्फ नेवर सेड कि नेहरू सेंट्रलाइजेशन की बात करता है. नेहरू एक्चुअली डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन की बात करता है व्हेन ही टॉक्स अबाउट इंस्टीट्यूशन बिल्डिंग, राइट. एंड विदाउट इंस्टीट्यूशन बिल्डिंग you cannot have eradication or the challenges that post-independent Indian society faced. Because we have capacity of time, so I'm just giving a kind of random reflections. But when we talk about today's time, जितने भी वर्ल्ड में मूवमेंट्स हो रहे हैं, सारे मूवमेंट्स पावर पॉलिटिक्स के बाहर हो रहा है. ऑक्यूपाई वॉल स्ट्रीट मूवमेंट से लेकर के सिटीजनशिप बिल्डिंग या इकोलॉजिकल कॉन्शसनेस के लिए जितने भी मूवमेंट हो रहे हैं, वहाँ लोग पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स के लोगों को नहीं रख रहे हैं. मैं इस पूरी परिकल्पना को एक आधार देता हूँ पोस्ट पार्टी डेमोक्रेसी का। पोस्ट पार्टी डेमोक्रेसी का क्या संकल्पना है? अन्ना हजारे का मूवमेंट हो या NTCA प्रोटेस्ट हो, ये क्या क्लू देता है? ये क्लू देता है कि हमारी इंस्टीट्यूशनल पॉलिटिक्स फेल हो रही है। और यहीं पे रुडोल्फ की अंडरस्टैंडिंग, रुडोल्फ की पॉलिटिकल इमेजिनेशन इम्पॉर्टेंट हो जाता है। एक सोशियोलॉजिस्ट होने के नाते मुझे लगता है कि सिविल सोसाइटी पॉलिटिक्स को नए टर्मिनोलॉजी के टर्म से समझना ज़रूरी है, और ये काम बहुत ज़रूरी भी है चूँकि देर आर सम गुड इंगेजमेंट CSDS में हुआ, रजनी कोठारी, DL सेठ, सेठी, इन लोगों ने किया उस पूरे नॉन पार्टी पॉलिटिकल सोशल मूवमेंट को लेजिटिमाइजेशन देने के लिए। लेकिन लेजिटिमाइजेशन के साथ साथ उसका जो इंस्टीट्यूशनल बेस है, उसका स्ट्रक्चर, उसका एजेंसी को हमें कंसीव करना पड़ेगा। और इसलिए मैं मानता हूँ कि रुडोल्फ की राइटिंग जो है वो उस पॉलिटिकल इमेजिनेशन की तलाश है जिसमें पावर की भी समस्या है, और पावर के बिना जिस तरह की नॉन वायलेंट समाज की संकल्पना जो गांधी देखते थे और जिसको हमने एनार्किज्म के नाम पे इग्नोर किया है, रॉयस्ट ट्रेडिशन को इग्नोर किया है, गांधी को इग्नोर किया है, तो एक नॉन वायलेंट सोसाइटी के इमेजिनेशन में पावर के इविल को, जिसको कहते हैं पैथोलॉजी ऑफ मॉडर्निटी, उसको समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है। हेबरमास ने भी उसके ऊपर बहुत काम किया, और इसलिए मैं हेबरमास और रुडोल्फ के बीच में एक रिदम देखता हूँ जहाँ से एक नॉन वायलेंट सोसाइटी के इमेजिनेशंस को देखा जा सकता है एज ए पॉलिटिकल साइंटिस्ट, एज ए सोशियोलॉजिस्ट। थैंक यू।
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to present something on feminism and situated knowledge by revisiting the works of Rudolphs through the works of Susan Moller Ocken. So I bring into conversation the liberal feminist theory of Ocken not as the central framework, but as the critical case through which we can examine the work of Rudolph. And I have picked some of the themes from works of both, which I would like to discuss, and would like to also discuss how feminist theorists they can gain from the works of Rudolph. So the central concern here, which I'm going to touch upon, is how knowledge is produced, authorized, and universalized, and how such universalization can obscure the complexity of lived realities. So much of modern social science, we see, has operated with the assumption that its categories like modernity, individual, citizenship, and democracy are universally applicable. The Rudolph challenges this assumption by arguing that these categories are historically rooted in Western experiences and cannot be uncritically extended to other contexts. The idea of imperialism of categories is therefore not just a critique of modern method, but a critique of epistemic power. It draws attention to the ways in which knowledge itself can become a form of domination when it erases local meanings and imposes external frameworks. This insight is especially important for feminist theory, which itself emerged as a critique of exclusion within the dominant knowledge system. While Ocken exposes the gendered limits of liberal thought, Rudolphs provide the methodological tools to situate feminist arguments within specific social, cultural, and historical context, making feminist theory more globally attentive and analytically robust. So the works of Rudolph, if we see, especially in the modernity of tradition, it represents decisive break from evolutionary models of social change. Rather than seeing tradition and modernity as opposite, they argue that modern political life in India is shaped by reconfiguration of traditional institutions. Their analysis of caste is particularly important because instead of treating caste as an archaic system destined to disappear, they demonstrate how it has been politicized and democratized. Through electoral competition, caste identities have become vehicles for representation, enabling historically marginalized groups to articulate demands and gain political visibility. So this insight of them has profound implications because it suggests that modernity is not a singular Western trajectory. Political development is shaped by local histories and institutional adaptations, and social categories are dynamic rather than static. For instance, the rise of caste-based parties and increasing assertion of backward and marginalized communities illustrate how democratic processes can transform social hierarchies into political resources. So what appears as tradition is in fact deeply embedded in modern institutional frameworks. The concept of imperialism of categories, articulated by Rudolph, extends this argument. It highlights how Western social science often imposes its own conceptual vocabulary onto non-Western societies, leading to misrecognition. Categories like civil society or rational individual carry specific assumptions that may not align with context where collective identities and relational forms of agency are more prominent. Thus, their approach emphasizes interpretation over imposition and contextual understanding over abstract generalization. This is the essence of situated knowledge in their work. So, coming to the writings of Susan Moller Okin, we see that she makes a foundational contribution by exposing how liberal political theory has systematically ignored gendered inequality within family. In Justice, Gender and Family, Okin argues that the liberal idea of equal individuals entering the public sphere fails to account for the unequal conditions under which individuals are socialized. The family, in her analysis, is not merely a private institution, but a central site of power and inequality. Gender division of labor within the household results in women bearing a disproportionate burden of unpaid care work. This not only limits their economic independence, but also shapes opportunities, aspirations, and participation in public life. Okin's critique is particularly significant because it challenges the foundational liberal distinction between the public and the private sphere. By bringing the family into domain of justice, she expands the scope of political theory and forces a reconsideration of what counts as a political issue. In the Indian context, her arguments resonate strongly. Despite increasing education and workforce participation, many women continue to face structural barriers within the family. The expectation that women prioritize domestic responsibilities, the persistence of unequal household labor, and the pressure surrounding marriage and caregiving all contribute to limiting women's authority. So Okin's intervention represents an important form of situated feminist critique as it grounds theoretical claims in the lived realities of women. However, her framework remains largely anchored in liberal assumptions, which become more evident in her engagement with multiculturalism. So her essays on Is Multiculturalism Bad for Women? She extends her critique to the relationship between culture and gender justice. She argues that many cultural traditions, particularly those governing family and sexuality, are structured by patriarchal norms and can disadvantage women. Her concern is that multicultural policies, by granting rights to cultural groups, may inadvertently reinforce the internal inequalities. In many cases, the authority to represent the group rests with the male elites who also prioritize preserving traditional practices over ensuring gender equality. So this argument raises important questions about the tension between cultural recognition and individual rights. Okin challenges the assumption that respecting cultural diversity is also compatible with the feminist goal. So Okin's critique here is therefore valuable in highlighting that culture is not neutral domain, but a site of power relations. However, her analysis also raises concern about overgeneralization and insufficient attention to internal diversity within the culture. So Okin's contributions, although significant, they carry certain gaps. And Rudolph here offers a more comprehensive framework for analyzing social and political life. The strength of Rudolphian work lies in their ability to interrogate not only inequalities but also conceptual foundations of analysis itself. So Ocken critiques gender inequality within liberal theory, but largely accepts its core categories. On the other hand, Rudolphs, they question whether these categories can be universally applied. This deeper level of critique allows them to address not only what is being studied, but also how it is being understood. Another strength of Rudolph's work lies in their sensitivity to complexity, where Ocken's analysis can sometimes treat cultures as unified entities. Rudolph's emphasized that social formations are internally diverse and constantly evolving. They highlight the ways in which individuals and groups, they actively negotiate, reinterpret, and transform social norms. Furthermore, Rudolphs avoid privileging Western liberalism as universal standard. Their approach prioritizes understanding social practices in their own terms before subjecting them to normative evaluation. So this makes their framework more adaptable and less prone to epistemic imposition. So I would now like to discuss what Ocken adds to Rudolphs. So although there are gaps which I have identified through the works of Ocken, Rudolph's work also benefits from the feminist engagement because their analysis of Indian politics, while rich, do not consistently foreground gender as a central category. By focusing on caste, class, political institution, they also risk overlooking how these structures are shaped by gender relations. So Ocken's work addresses this gap by highlighting the importance of family and everyday social practices. So she draws attention to forms of inequalities which are often invisibilized in the conventional political analysis and insists that any theory of justice, it also must engage with these realities. So what does this confluence of the two offers us for the feminist thought? So the synthesis of these perspectives, it leads to formulation of the situated feminist political theory. And such a framework, if used, it would, which combines the strengths of Ocken and also Rudolph, it would help us in, better understanding of the feminist issues by emphasizing more on the conceptual, contextual, and interpretive analysis. So this approach, it also can help us in recognizing that gender inequality, it is shaped by specific social and cultural context, and cultural practices, they must be understood in their own complexity. Normative critiques, they can also be grounded in lived realities, which we need to also focus on. So just a minute. So lastly, how do we benefit from this work of the two is that the feminist theory, it can deeply benefit from the insight of Rudolph, as it is better equipped to be engaged with the complex societies like India, and this can also help us in getting more nuanced and context-sensitive approaches to justice. So thank you very much. And I also thank Professor Anand and Professor Asha for giving this opportunity to include sociologists also in this discussion. So thank you very much.
A very good afternoon to all of you. It looks like a bit of a sleepy afternoon, so I'll take you to the craft of magic or realism. And I will evoke the spirit of the Rudolph to come and grace the room. I stand before all of you as a student's student. Here is my professor. Here, she might not have taught me in a classroom, but her readings and, because I've been a JNU student, she by default becomes my guruma, right? When I stand before you as a student's student, and by evoking the craft of magic or realism, I can feel their presence. Dr. Leni Chaudhary is not there, but then this room since morning is replete with as different kind of enunciation, in a very, very Foucault, how he would read Madness of Civilization and the Archaeology of Knowledge. Since morning, as somebody who is not from the political science discipline, I have been dabbling on various sources. There has been an angry outburst at times. There has been contesting things with the state and the society. I would like to put not a stop to these thoughts, but to ask if Rudolph and Rudolph were there and what's happening in contemporary India in terms of knowledge production, how would they have talked? I'm very sure I'm not competent enough to give the answer, but the two great doyens, the two great students of Rudolph will certainly enlighten us after I have submitted my proposition. I remember 1994 when Professor Kumar was offering the course State and Society, and there are three people to whom I owe reading this book. One is the gentleman himself, because he made it a compulsory reading that you have to read in pursuit of Lakshmi, and every student has to submit a term paper. We all, those from JNU background, we understand. And in the first semester, remember, I had just come out from Delhi University Hindu College, all faculties from Delhi University. The pedagogy that is done in Delhi University and what that happens in JNU are like poles apart. I found I was a free bird in Hindu. In JNU, it almost looked like this is not humanities. This is the MBA program that I've got into. It was so rigorous, and I'm glad for it. So there were also two more people who are not here today, but they are in Delhi. I have not told them. I'm very scared of them. My aunt in CPS JNU, who also taught me Rudolph and Rudolph, and her husband, my Mamaji, who is a journalist by profession. So when I was writing my term paper, I used to get lots of lecture from my uncle and aunt, whom I also acknowledge. Now, the beautiful thing which I could see when there was a commentary going on between the kind of intellectual partnership, that is what struck me first when I started reading this presidential address, The Imperialism of Categories, Situating Knowledge in a Globalizing World. This is the only text which I would go in the remaining 10 or 9 minutes, whatever I have. God save the time. Okay? So let me begin. Published in Perspective of Politics, March 2005, Volume 3, Number 1, titled as Presidential Address, The Imperialism of Categories, Situating Knowledge in a Globalizing World, was written by Susanne Rudolph with the intellectual partnership of Lloyd Rudolph, duly acknowledged in the end as, I quote, Lloyd Rudolph's commentary contributed substantially to the substance and style of this article, quote close. Thus, for me, this presidential address is an extremely detailed expose of how Rudolphs acquired and practiced their craft and thus shattered many a glass ceilings, for which we have heard. I would not get into detail. Many of you have brought it out so beautiful since morning. For this paper, Susanne and Lloyd Rudolph's methodological pluralism and Susanne Rudolph's critique of imperialism of category would serve for me as a leitmotif to which the paper would keep on coming back as a presidential address. Lucidly written, tackles difficult questions with difficult and contested solutions to present a comprehensive picture of the landscape of methodological pluralism. The imperialism of categories, situating knowledge in a globalizing world, authored by them, is an attempt to debunk the Anglo-American toolkit. This word has become very famous, toolkit. In so many references in Delhi, in court cases, we hear of this toolkit, so I will not get, which were being used for entering complex and unfamiliar non-Western environment. As both Professor Asa and Professor Anand Kumar said, they were so unbecoming of their background and of their intellectualism. And look at their humbleness and openness to acquire more knowledge, where they say these things. I quote, early in our research in India, Lloyd Rudolph and I coined the phrase imperialism of categories. It was meant to designate the academic practice of imposing concepts on the other, the export of concept as a part of hegemonic relationship. Categories crafted in a dominant socio-cultural environment and exported to the subordinate one. The imperialism of category entails an unself-conscious parochialism of categories. Scholars from a dominant culture, sometimes called the center, travel to a distant and lesser place, sometimes called the periphery, where they apply universal concept. And I quote again, the trouble is that the concepts have been fashioned out of the center's material, in our case, out of the Anglo-American clay. Their work highlights the lacuna between the Western research method and indigenous realities in the post-colonial world. A study of the political consciousness by utilizing survey in the field study of Thanjavur district of South India made them realize the inadequacy of the survey method. Local surveyors, and they mentioned 10 Indian graduates, struggled with the mismatch between training and on-the-ground experience, which they use. Thus, the use of Anglo-American social science concept in non-Western context often represent an imperialism of categories. These categories act as instruments of power, shaping knowledge and sustaining hierarchies through stereotypes and ideal type dichotomy. In the very same article, I would quickly go over these three key points. Rudolph problematized the burden of Lockean universalism that taught that the self and the other were the same because they shared a common human nature. Rudolph go on to argue that the view that all people share a common culture has its own ambiguity, as this line of thought can erase cultural and identity differences by imposing a single worldview. I quote again, survey research, concepts and methods in 1957 took for granted that other cultures too were constituted by Lockean individuals, quote close. Furthermore, in the same article, taking from Uday Singh Mehta's Liberalism and Empire, they point out that treating colonized people as historically immature and in need of tutelage reflect a theory of infantilization. I quote, childhood is a theme that runs through the writings of British liberals on India with an unerring constancy. It is the fixed point underlying the various imperial imperative of education, forms of governance, and the alignment with progress. At another level, they brought out the area studies as the center, as a counter voice. They said that area studies, which emerged during Cold War as a bureaucratic effort to develop regional expertise, providing a deeper appreciation for cultural specificity and local knowledge, which I could see very, very clearly in the various PhDs which are ongoing or have been completed. Now, the whole effort of area studies for me, what it comes out is to negotiate the contesting terrain of modernization theory. That is the fault of the victim on the one hand, and the choppy waters of dependency theory, fault of the victor because of the exploitative thrust of colonialism or the differential distribution of power. Area studies came about as a resistance to universalizing tendencies, recognizing the uniqueness of local context and opposing the reduction of local knowledge to abstract universal categories. Post-colonial theory critiqued both area studies and broader knowledge production as intertwined with power, with debates about the role of scholars in imperial and post-imperial framework. Now, I would just use one category, and that is of the English language, how English language becomes problematic in the way we understand. So the argument that social sciences studies in the West, for instance, the English language, which is a mode of communication, pedagogy, teaching, and to its adherents in the East, survive institutionally through an unresolved contradiction. Now, what is this contradiction? Language is both a historical instrument of colonial domination and a medium through which decolonial, resistant, and marginalized forms of thought are articulated, given. But rather than resolving this contradiction, the discipline often sustains itself through its incorporating critique without allowing the critique to have transformative value and material outcome. Simply putting in the Giddens structuration theory, the agency is robbed of its transformative value. So now if I would look at again, so they are pointing that there's a cultural mismatch of survey method, imposition of categories and methodological imperialism, limitation of Anglo-American concept, then universalistic ideology and its limitation, and liberalism and its colonial paradox. Then after these 6-7 things, I have brought the paper down to certain Indian experiences, right? So while acknowledging the importance of transnational process, the paper maintains that regional and civilizational differences remain significant. Area studies and local knowledge are necessary to avoid homogenizing global narrative. The authors criticize the tendency of globalization studies to marginalize local identities and cultural particularities. The case 1, the command and demand polity. In the landmark study In the Pursuit of Lakshmi, the political economy of the Indian state, the Rudolph addressed the Western category of the state as a monolithic, autonomous actor. In the critique, when the critique of imperial categories, they would argue that Western political economy often viewed state as either strong, commanding resources like that of the USSR, or weak, captured by interest group like pluralist democracies. Susanne Rudolph argued that applying these binary categories to India was an act of category of imperialism because it failed to capture the oscillating nature of Indian authority. Then what is their pluralist methodology? The Rudolph introduced a dual framework to explain the Indian state behavior. The command polity and the demand polity, which Professor Kumar used to teach us. What is the crux? They argued that Indian state is neither purely strong nor weak. Instead, it is a weak, strong state. By creating this new category, they validated an Indian reality that Western theory had dismissed as disorganized or inefficient. This is a methodological pluralism in action, creating new nomenclature to fit the data rather than forcing the data into existing Western boxes. At another level, if you look at the term the Bullock capitalist, perhaps the most famous contribution to political economy was the identification of a specific class they termed Bullock capitalist. In the 1960s and 70s, Marxist and liberal scholars alike used the category of class based on European history. They looked for a proletariat or landlord. When they looked at India, they saw a backward peasantry that did not fit the revolutionary or the capitalist model of the West. What did the pluralist methodology of Rudolphs do? The Rudolphs looked at the actual land holding and technology of Indian farmer. They found a massive middle tier of self-employed, independent cultivators who owned land to be productive, usually 2.5 to 10 acres. And they used bullock power rather than heavy industrial tractor. So likewise, I can come to caste association and democratic vehicles, but I would now come back and link this whole thing to the IKS, which we all are confronting our universities and colleges in more than many ways. So the legacy, what the NEP seeks to institutionalize, by integrating the Indian knowledge system, the policy aims to produce students who can look at the Bullock capitalist or the caste association not as backward remnants, but as functional, culturally embedded parts of unique Indian modernity. Applying Susanne and Lloyd Rudolph's framework of methodological pluralism to modern India reveals that their theories are not merely historical, a part of the archives, but continue to provide a sharp analytical lens for current transitions in governance and education. The intellectual trajectory of Lloyd and Susanne Rudolph offers a powerful methodological foundation for understanding the contemporary resurgence of Indian knowledge system. We know how the resurgence of Indian knowledge system is as much a cultural phenomena as a political phenomena. We'll not get into the details. Their insistence on methodological pluralism, evident in their use of historical, ethnographic, sociological, and survey-based approaches, directly challenges the dominance of singular, universalistic framework in social sciences. Rather than adhering to methodological dogma, the Rudolphs continuously adapted their tools to the Indian context, thereby foregrounding the importance of context-sensitive inquiry. This orientation finds strong resonance within the IKS paradigm, which similarly rejects epistemic uniformity and emphasizes knowledge rooted in specific cultural and historical condition. Their critique of Western-centric methodology, particularly the limitation of survey research in capturing Indian reality, exemplify what they term as imperialism of categories, which I have talked about in detail priorly. By exposing how analytical framework derived from Anglo-American experiences fail to adequately interpret non-Western societies, the Rudolph opened space for the development of indigenous categories of analysis. In this sense, IKS can be interpreted as a contemporary extension. My apologies if I'm going wrong. This is just thinking aloud. It's a contemporary extension of this intellectual project seeking to recenter local epistemologies within formal knowledge structures. Furthermore, their seminal contribution in the modernity of tradition fundamentally reorients the understanding of social change by demonstrating that tradition and modernity are not mutually exclusive, but co-constitutive. You go to the countryside, when you travel from India to Bharat, and when you come back from Bharat to India, you can see what Rudolph have been talking about. This insight is particularly relevant to the IKS discourse, which does not reject modern knowledge system, but seeks to reinterpret them through indigenous frameworks, thereby producing what may be termed as a contextually grounded modernity. Thus, the Rudolphian framework provides not merely a critique of Western epistemic dominance, but a constructive methodological pathway, one that legitimizes plurality, contextuality, and indigenous knowledge production. The contemporary institutionalization of IKS can therefore be read as an empirical manifestation of Rudolph's theoretical insight, illustrating the continued relevance of their work in rethinking the sociology of knowledge in India. To end, so I am out. The time can never be out, only we individuals can be out. The time remains constant, okay? So, I would argue when we would align the NEP 2020 with IKS, with the Rudolphian methods, the number one is that they are valuing indigenous epistemology. There is a lot of pluralism in practice, because NEP continuously talks about, I offer sociology, but I see many students from physics now and doing a minor paper in sociology at the undergraduate level. There are a couple of engineers whom I met in life, and I made them leave their job after reading Paul Feyerabend Against Method, Conjectures and Refutation, and they have joined the growing tribe of social scientists, because I said if engineers live in their lab, society is not going to change. So this whole logic or the Tark Shastra as a legitimate method of inquiry alongside Western formal logic, the ethical living, that of dharma, that of paying an ode, what we are doing now, today, So if we look at all of these things, and there's so much to say, the methodology of Susanne and Lloyd Rudolph serves as an intellectual bridge. It validates the idea that India does not need to look Western to be modern. By dismantling the imperialism of categories, they pave the way for policies like NEP 2020 to reclaim Indian identity. The synergy between their pluralism and the IKS framework suggests that the future of global knowledge lies not in a single universe model, but in a respectful conversation between diverse ways of knowing. This paper in the end submits that Rudolphian methodological pluralism provides a common platform for this task, enabling a reconstruction of Indian social theory beyond both imported universalism and uncritical revivalism. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
We now finally come to the Q&A and discussion round. Professor Asha Sarangi, I request you to please moderate this session. We're getting more chairs, so I request all the speakers to kindly come to the stage area so that you can all be seated and anyone's questions can be addressed to all of you here. So we're getting more chairs and yeah. I think with the mics there, it's rather than moving around, like we'll need to go around the room for the questions. So.
Okay. Before we start the Q&A, I don't like to call it Q&A because Rudolph's always had a very hermeneutic approach to everything. So let's call it a discussion session. I would like to invite Professor Teesta Bachi, who is here with us. Teesta was at University of Chicago, did her PhD from the Department of Linguistics, and knew Rudolphs, interacted with them very closely, and we would like to hear her recollections of Rudolphs.
बैठिए आप लोग बैठिए तो वहाँ से बोलेंगे.
Thank you very much, Asha, Professor Asha Sarangi, who is my fellow alumna from those very, very intense and memorable and very rewarding years at the University of Chicago when we were PhD students, overlapping for a number of years. Thank you also, of course, to Dr. Lenny Chaudhary and to Jubakshi Chakraborty and everyone here who have made this, wonderfully fitting tribute academic session commemorating the Rudolphs possible. The Rudolphs really had that kind of reach amongst people, even amongst people who were not their direct students, like myself. I was not a direct student of theirs, per se, formally speaking, in terms of coursework, etc. But I happen to have strong ties with the Department of South Asian Languages and Civilizations, which was a very major, very, very major domain that, was dependent on the Rudolphs' tremendous breadth of knowledge as well as caring towards India, certainly, in a very, very major way, and therefore, by extension, towards the Indian student community, faculty, and others associated with the University of Chicago, already all those decades ago. In fact, just before I left for the University of Chicago, one of my major professors here, who was also a University of Chicago alumnus in linguistics, now no more, Professor Anjani Kumar Sinha, who became a younger friend of the Rudolphs during his time there in the late 1960s into the mid-1970s. He said, if you happen to find yourself in any really, serious financial or logistical distress, please go to the Rudolphs. They are absolutely pillars of support towards any students of whichever disciplinary persuasion, okay, going from India to the University of Chicago. So I knew of the Rudolphs before I left for Chicago, but it took me a little while to formally meet them. And the particular occasion when I got to know them better was actually in the context of co-organizing a literary session, which was, formally speaking, way out of their ambit of political science or political sociology per se, formally, I say, but not in terms of cultural, cultural and hermeneutic associations that the Rudolphs saw in this, which was the now also late poet, author, novelist, academic literary critic, a late professor of comparative literature from Jadavpur University, Professor Navanita Dev Sen, went to the University of Chicago to read and redact her poems at a very, very culturally rich poetry reading session. The Rudolphs were Professor Navanita Dev Sen's hosts, and they were wonderfully gracious hosts to me also, as it happens, because of the fact that it was purely in terms of circumstances that I arrived at the Rudolphs' then residence. I think it was it at the Windermere Hotel Apartments, Windermere House? For a while, possibly that's where they lived, in Hyde Park. Or at least during that period they were there, they were living there. And I arrived a bit too early for Professor Navanita Dev Sen's arrival. Professor Navanita Dev, incidentally, was a very dear family friend of mine as well, and my mother's. But even apart from that, she really was interested in being part of this poetry reading session and discussion, especially with faculty and students at the University of Chicago. So I arrived a little early for Navanita Dev Sen to arrive. So the Rudolphs said, well, since you have come here, why don't you just join us for a simple lunch? And I was absolutely floored, because prior to that, they had barely formally known me. I mean, we had interacted in the South Asia lounge, basically, the South Asia Department lounge, which Asha would also be very familiar with and might have memories of as well. But I had not expected them to be so immediately hospitable. And so Professor Susanne Rudolph especially, made me feel very comfortable. And then Professor Lloyd Rudolph also chatted with me. So we spent a very nice hour or so, over this impromptu lunch at their place. And it was beautifully, elegantly, served as people have noted, in the characteristically gracious, elegant manner in which Professor Susanne Rudolph would play hostess to many, many generations of people. So we chatted over lunch. They asked me all about my studies, whether I had settled in comfortably there in Hyde Park, all of this. And so as a result, immediately the ice was broken between the Rudolphs and, a nondescript graduate student like me there. Eventually, of course, the poetry reading session was a very rich occasion, a very sort of culturally nuanced occasion, because there, in fact, issues of personal history, feminist consciousness, Indian cultural moorings, all of this came up in very major ways. And, the Rudolphs' contribution to that was, of course, immense. I say this especially as a remarkable thing because they did not have to. They did not have to reach out beyond their disciplinary boundaries in order to engage with these issues, but they did. And that was the Rudolphs, basically. And then I came to realize that, in the course of a PhD student's journey, sometimes there are issues of, sudden financial difficulties, certain problems with regard to perhaps dealing with with faculty quirks, etc. in one's own faculty, linguistics department, or someone in South Asian studies, where I was teaching assistant for many years. The Rudolphs were always there, kind of, to provide the safety net. That was something that we knew. And that is the great memory that I have, besides, of course, the tremendous legacy that they have left, which, very sadly, I will say, I have been coming to appreciate more and more from looking at issues of language in interaction with society, such as arising later from my experience of doing fieldwork and guiding fieldwork on tribal languages of northeastern India in particular. One or two, lesser known Dravidian languages, one or two Munda languages, and all of these, where issues of local knowledge and local, sensibilities figure in such prominent ways, which were definitely contributions from the Rudolphs legacy, along with those of Professor Norman Zaid, whom I would like to also remember with a lot of gratitude, the late Professor Norman Zaid, for whom there was actually a memorial conference last year at the University of Chicago, where some of us spoke remotely as well. Anyway, so the Rudolphs legacy therefore continues in ways that are both institutionally recognizable as well as outside in these very personal, very delicately remembered, very, very, should I say, precious ways. Thank you very much.
Okay. Is everybody here?
Yes. Yes.
Sana is here? Okay. Yes? You? You will. Let me start. Okay. I know one person left because we did not have Q&A after the panels. He just packed up and left. So I think you guys have aroused a lot of interest and so must be ready to face the questions. But before we begin, what do we say, Anandji? I think listening to Tista at the end, I was just thinking, before the university email IDs were given with the last names, L.I. Rudolph or S. Rudolph, they had very interesting email IDs for themselves. When it was a time when you had Yahoo or Hotmail or whatever, or before the institutionalized one. So Suzanne's was Guru at Hotmail or Gmail. Gmail came much later. And you know what was Lloyd's? Maya. So you can imagine why they named themselves as Guru and Maya. So Lloyd always came across as a word of illusions. And Suzanne, a true German, very disciplined, very strict. I also, when Tista was talking about their hospitality, this was something which I have told my students, but I can share here. We used to have this South Asian Middle East workshop, same, in the night, Thursday night. I was coordinator for it for several years because, again, those who needed little bit more money, then the university was giving us. Suzanne and Lloyd always had this checklist. Okay, you do this. I was also in charge of Tista of South Asia Tea for some time. And graduate students, every buck that you can earn which helps, right? You can go out and have a meal rather than always saving money for the food. So the South Asian Middle East workshops were held every Thursday. University used to give a lot of money. As a coordinator, I had to arrange that the speaker comes on time, and they were they were always excellent hosts, whether at home or taking the speaker and some students out. And Suzanne was very particular, which restaurant will go. And dinner time was 6 o'clock or something. We had sufficient 2 hours to eat, so we will go to a nice restaurant because after all, it was not our money, it was the university money. All I had to do was to save the bill and give it to Suzanne later on. And you can drink wine, whiskey, whatever, have nice food, European or whichever. But so whoever went, whoever was invited, not everybody was invited, it was also decided by Suzanne. So after the workshop ended, the workshop used to be from 8 to 10. So by 9:30, everybody used to start feeling tired, and oftentimes Suzanne will sort of look very drowsy, and then Lloyd will nudge her and wake her up, or he will go on his endless, sort of statements, and Suzanne will say, okay, Lloyd, we need to stop. But the best part was by 10 to 10, Suzanne will announce time to end. So we'll end. So let's say it was a room which had about 20 people, 20 graduate students, but also it was a very non-hierarchical way of arrangement. Speaker is there, some professors from other centers have come, some senior graduate students are there, juniors are there. So all of us, in a way, to meet and interact. So they say, okay, the time is to go to Rudolph's house at 10 in the night. And before coming for the workshop, they had made sure that they had to stuff their refrigerator with cold drink or juices or whiskey or wine or whatever. And there are 2 cats they had. So, of course, as graduate student, we'll be very excited to go and be at their place. But how do we go? We don't have cars. Some people who are rich had cars, so they will go. Then Lloyd will take some of us, or somehow we'll reach their house. And we will go on talking for 2 hours. Some of us, not me, maybe others, who were hungry, the fridge was there. They said, you can take anything you want to eat. Anyway, so the climax was before 12. Suzanne never let the clock to strike 12. He said, before 12, you all have to leave. Otherwise, you will all turn into something. Now, how do we go back? That to Hyde Park in Chicago at 12 o'clock in the night? Impossible. But we had to go. So Lloyd will make rounds and rounds of trips. He will bring his car, he will drop some of us, again he will come back. So by the time Lloyd goes back home, it's 12:31. I've not seen any other professor doing this. This was the magnanimity and generosity, and I don't know how to characterize it. So the Rudolphs epitomized as if the word of generosity across cultures, across traditions, across generations, and something that we should be doing it and we should inherit from them is that they brought people together in a non-hierarchical manner. I mean, it could be Amartya Sen sitting and it could be a graduate student sitting in their house. As Tista said beautifully, elegant home, and so appropriately hosting the dinner or lunch. I remember so many evenings when they invited me for Thanksgiving or for Christmas, where I met their children again and again, and even sometimes on New Year. Of course, they were not around on New Year. And Suzanne will be particular baking a vegetarian meal for me because I was the only one not eating non-veg. And looking at the watch and getting up 10 times, to check. But one could never imagine a person of her stature would worry about so many things and beautifully laid out table, and the food also as if was made for you. Each one of taste was taken into account. This takes a lot of time, energy, and more than that, the care and the affection. So I think they personified themselves as the true Renaissance, in my view. The true Renaissance scholars who, one can go on and on. I don't want to take more time. But since I must say just a couple of sentences that all the papers were passionately honest about their ideas that they presented, taking cue from their own field work, their own research, but also trying to connect it with the Rudolph's writings. Therefore, they were very honest, very committed, and absolutely fantastic. Given the time limit of 15 minutes or so, you did a remarkable job. I think before we begin, we need to give a huge clap of hands for them. Okay, now we have to have some questions. Professor Anand Kumar, would you like to say something before we open for the questions?
No, I was listening to all of you, and you took Rudolphs to many places where they would have liked to go but could not go because of their own limitations. So from Belgaum to tribals of Chhattisgarh and Chota Nagpur, and from various questions about Gandhi to Marx and Locke, it was very joyful engagement. I am very happy that you will all be pursuing it further because you all have work in process and work in progress. I'm sure that your work will add to Rudolph's glory and glamour, and your generation will be as promising as ours. We'll have great satisfaction if we can be of any use to any one of you to pursue your course of inquiry further. I wish you good luck. Thank you.
Okay, so let's take some questions. Before you ask, could you please introduce yourself briefly?
Thank you. I'm Abhijit Sinha. I'm a non-academic in that sense from the illustrious people here. I'm basically a journalist from the Jurassic Age, mostly from Bihar, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, etc. So my working field has been from the 85 to 95. I make short films nowadays on Adivasis, etc. Anyway, my question is that I had a talk long time back when Nagbhushan Patnaik was there. He just had emerged, and he defined the term caste. Caste. So how do you define caste from the Rudolphian lens? I'm asking Professor Anand and you. I have two more supplementaries if I am permitted later.
See, the idea of class and caste togetherness was the basis for proposing a new word called caste. It was used by a few Maoist formations, but in case of Rudolph's, they did a lot of homework about class and why class is relevant and why class is not relevant. They did it with reference to 18 Brumaire of Napoleon Bonaparte. And in case of caste, they categorized caste into 4 categories, which now has become legal also. They talked about SC, ST separately. Then they talked about middle caste in terms of bullock capitalists, meaning they are not employing anybody, but they are making profit from the market. And that way they are part of the capitalist class, but their capitalism is dependent upon bullock labor, not human labor. And then they talk about large landholders. So they had space for backward classes in terms of OBC. They had space for dominant caste in terms of bullock capitalists, and they had space for SC and ST. But they did not want to hybridize it by using class-caste togetherness. They considered these two as separate categories. Caste was a category in making, which was emerging with democratic transformations. So they talked about caste as an agency of democracy, and democracy as transformative force for caste.
Yeah, I think Professor Anand Kumar has already said it, but let me just add, in their pursuit of Lakshmi, the political economy of the Indian state, they make it very clear, and I think that's the theoretical departure they made in that book, that it's not enough simply to look at either caste or class as two broader normative empirical categories, but they looked at the idea of the state through this triangular relationship: capital, labor, and state. So, I mean, the idea of capital and labor is class-centered, but they also propose that the state is not only of labor and capital, but it's also consisting of let's say, corporate classes, middle classes, and other interest groups. So in a way, they complicated the category of class much more than what we generally tend to understand in a more sort of unilinear manner. So for them, caste and class, I think they had a debate with Andre Bete on this. Alliance was very, very important, but also very complex.
Just one corollary on this. Vis-a-vis the Nehruvian era of this caste class and the present disposition, the transformations that we are seeing now, vis-a-vis, as you said, from the one is the Rudolphian lens, the other is the Andre Bete's lens in that sense. So where are we heading to in that sense? Is it a decline of one side or an upsurge of another thing? I mean, I have heard all these speakers somewhere or other that there is a lot of coming together on these forces. What are the forces emerging now?
I think there was a presentation by a student from Holland who did online, and he tried to tell us that what Rudolphs are talking about has to be given a new understanding because it's deepening of democracy in the context of caste dynamics. And caste is turning against itself in many ways. So Nehruvian hope that caste, or Ambedkarite recommendation that caste has to be annihilated, they think that is off the agenda. Democracy has been married to caste and caste has been married to democracy. But that marriage is working out new byproducts. And that is something like caste associations, caste-based political parties, caste-based mobilization, caste-based contestation. And their caste is not caste as a ritual category. Caste has become an interest group, associational power, democratic power.
Also, because for Rudolphs, state is a very important actor. State is the third actor in addition to capital and labor. So it's not only the caste association, which is voluntary, but it's also when the state gets into the politicization of caste. That's where the complexities begin to. Okay.
Can I add something? So, when you look at, say, from 1950s onwards till, say, 2026, that the time that we all are in, you see, there is always a kind of dialogue going between theory formation and what is happening empirically, right? Theory formation is not a process of abstraction. It goes to the field and takes it like something like grounded theory, which we would talk in social sciences. So for a long time, the Indian scenario was dictated by the Western concerns of inquiry, and they tried to copy that, based on which many of the findings were there. Now, there is a resilience of the Indian way of understanding the India, and that is not homogeneous. That also has a lot of cross currents. So if you would look at the Indian understanding of their own Indian country, state, language, religion, there are so many competing perspectives. So I would say we are in a kind of a flux, and we still have to arrive at major dominant discourses. Because remember, political leanings, political establishment do not always reflect the true embeddedness of the society. There might be counter currents which might be seeking very weak at the moment, but when their time would come, history would be reread or rewritten in a very, very different way. I would like to add to that.
Can I request Mr. Gautam also to add to the sociological perspective?
I think when we think about caste, Max Muller की एक बात मुझे बार बार याद आती है कि एज ए रिलीजियस इंस्टीट्यूशन कास्ट डिक्रीज होगा, बट एज ए पॉलिटिकल इंस्टीट्यूशन इट विल स्ट्रेंथन. और तमाम तरह के वर्क रजनी कोठारी से लेके रोडोल्फ एंड रोडोल्फ तक वो उसी चीज़ की है कि जो कंटेंट है मॉडर्निटी का कास्ट का वो स्ट्रेंथन होगा, और स्टेट जब इसमें आएगी तो स्टेट भी उसको और स्ट्रेंथन करेगा. तो ये जो सवाल बार बार आता है कास्ट इमेंसिपेशन का सवाल, तो ये इमेंसिपेशन के आइडिया से भी कास्ट पॉलिटिक्स कनेक्ट हो गई है अब, खासकर जब पॉलिटिकल चेंज में देखते हैं। तो क्लास और कास्ट उस तरह की बाइनरी नहीं है रुडोल्फ के पॉलिटिक्स मतलब अंडरस्टैंडिंग में, बट हाँ ये सवाल अब ज़्यादा कॉम्प्लेक्स हो गया है। और कई बार तो कास्ट की पॉलिटिक्स आपको एक न्यू तरह का इमेंसिपेशन भी देता है। फॉर एग्जांपल रिलीजियस फंडामेंटलिज्म के एंटीडोट में कास्ट पॉलिटिक्स है। कई बार आपने देखा होगा दो अलग तरह की बाइनरी हो जाती है, तो वहाँ पे उसका पॉलिटिकल इमेंसिपेशन के भी सवाल को एक एजेंसी कास्ट पॉलिटिक्स दे रही होती है। तो इसीलिए इसकी पूरी डायनेमिक्स को समझने के लिए एक न्यू काइंड ऑफ सोशल थियरी बिल्डिंग की ज़रूरत है जी।
Okay, let's collect some more questions. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yes, please. Myself, Advocate N.K. Chaudhary, practicing in Delhi Supreme Court, High Court, etc. I have a question to Professor Anand, who is also.
It is their time.
Okay.
And
you are also writer and editor, so I have only specific question.
We didn't present anything.
Yes, please. Please, would you like to suggest some tips to become a good writer? How can I become a good writer as you are also? How can I write a good book?
I know they are suffering.
You are the most senior person, you have more experience.
I request her to respond to this. So she can give as director and writer.
There are few. There is one who has also finished.
Okay,
so
yes,
both
yes.
of them can respond.
Yes, please.
I think you asked me to, Professor Kumar के shoes में तो कोई आ ही नहीं सकता. I think you should start by reading Professor Kumar's and Professor Asha Sarangi's and Rudolph's books. Once I think. No, it's not an advocacy platform because we have been students of, benefit at JNU, as most of us were talking. Although one of our colleagues said, let's not hark back to the glorified past of JNU. But JNU is, I'd like to take this platform to say one of the best things that has ever happened to all of us, which is why we are here. And what they taught us is to read. Like one of our colleagues said, we were in DU, and from DU to JNU, it was an ocean of difference. Like we read so much. Once you internalize those frameworks, then then comes a movement, then you are able to break down all the paradigms. And then you're in an absolute mess because you're so confused where to go from one to another. And that's when you start emerging as a thinker, or perhaps try to be one fragmented thinker, maybe not a composite, but, like Partha wrote in his book, Nation and Its Fragments. So we can only hope to be a fragmented thinker in our life and hopefully find some connections from one story to another. So that's what I would like to say, that, sir, you'll find, I'm sure you're a great writer in your own way, but you want perfection. So that is just to read more and then connect your thoughts to what you're reading and talk.
Yes, I have written actually 35 poems, and one book is continuable since 2 years. But going to complete, so before very intellectual persons are here, so I was asking to write better in better way. So I am asking.
I'll turn to my father, who actually passed away recently. I asked him the same question when I was in school. I was writing, would take part in a lot of essay competitions, and would get this certificate for, commendable. But I was not winning any. I wanted to win some. So, and he said that, he said, I will tell you something my teacher told me, his teacher told me. He said he went to Francis Bacon. He said, reading maketh a full man, conference a ready man, writing an exact man. So you have to start with reading my little one. Then you talk about what you're reading with everyone else. And then you sit down to write. You'll be, like Rudyard Kipling said, you'll be, the man that you're destined to be.
So let me tell you what Suzanne said about
Thank
it,
you.
about writing and reading. So Susanne Rudolph was in demand for many administrative positions. She was offered as president of many universities, which she declined. But one thing she took tremendous pride in was that every time there was an ambassador from the Democrats, whenever the Democrats came to power and they selected a, because they don't have foreign service like us, so they're the spoil system, so the president nominates the ambassador, chooses the ambassador. Suzanne Rudolph was called by the Council of Foreign Relations to go and brief the ambassador to India. So she used to come back and say with great sense of pride, I have told XYZ to this ambassador, then don't mess up with that country. That country is big, very complex, very difficult to understand, but you must have these 10 things in mind. And I was thinking if she were alive today, they were alive today, probably Trump would have also been briefed by them. But once she sent me, both of them used to read students' chapters very carefully, even though they themselves were so busy. And once she sent me one chapter done after doing all the correction, and it was like marked by blue, not by red, all over. And then on the top, I still have all the chapters that she read and reviewed. I have read your chapter in the plane, in the train, in the car, at home, in the office. I was worried to read what she had to say, but I'm happy that XXX. So about the writing, in some place I read, she said, because she was raised in a very strict German household, she, in the sense, very with certain very high standard values and so on and so forth. And she was a very meritorious student right from the beginning. So once she was giving this 2nd October, they used to be called on NPR, National Public Radio, where they were asked to speak. I still remember on one of those talks on 2nd October talking about Gandhi. So this NPR broadcaster asked her, what would have Gandhi thought of the computers? If Gandhi were around and the computers were around, since Gandhi was so much against the machine technology. Suzanne stopped for a while and she said he would have been very happy. So why? Because it would have facilitated his writing much more. And Suzanne herself said in one of her writings that she found tremendous sense of sublimeness in the morning when she sat down for a few hours, earlier with the typewriter and later on the desktop. So I think writing for anyone, but more so for an intellectual's life, should begin in the morning itself. So if you are a morning person, you can start writing in the morning.
Thank you so much.
Hi. So, hi, my name is Ashray. I am a doctoral scholar at Jamia Millia Islamia. I am pursuing my research on social mobility among flexible workers. And I also pursued my undergrad and postgrad in political science, so I happen to have a lot of affinity with the Rudolph couple. And I thank all of you for this very lovely seminar, considering that they did point out very stringent points about how we were to look at the state, society, and market in today's time and date, especially with the memoirs of Amar Singh and how Rajputana as a state and how they tend to theorize that. The essential point that I was hoping all of you to ask was that all of us in scholastics are very well versed with the issues and problems that which had been like the political economy and how a client-patron relationship that really develops with it through scholasticism. I know how scholasticism plays a very important role in it. And we all are very well versed with that. And that being there, the question that I had from all of you was on the lines of what should possibly be the way further, considering that despite there is an implicit client-patron relationship within the very works of Rudolph and Rudolph, which in very well from a certain theoretical political lens can be seen as an agent of new imperialism, considering that they were also in certain ways or forms pacifying Washington consensus, or they were furthering the agenda of their nation, which is not wrong. They would definitely want to do that. And
So
with the question, I'm getting there. Just give me 1 minute. So that'd be like, it can very well be seen as in like there could be a client-patron relationship which they, despite them being very averse to, and despite them genuinely caring about Indian society, despite them genuinely arousing rightful suspicions, they were perhaps furthering. And that being there, like, and we've come to a point where India, like, neo-imperialism is something that we've co-opted within academia as well. It is not something as if like we've come to a point where our sociological location in terms of our class status and power and how we derive it from our intergenerational position is very much part and parcel of our life chances today. And that being there.
Okay, so I think what you are, if I understand you properly, that you are asking any one of them whether the patron-client relationship still works. Is that the question? Okay, so who wants to respond? Patron-client relationship.
Later say.
Okay, thank you for the question. I'll briefly respond to this if others want to respond. When I went for field work in Rajasthan and also places in Madhya Pradesh, but mainly in Rajasthan, sir. So there, I was speaking to various sorts of people. There were some who were auto drivers, and then people from the middle class, from different castes and clans. So I spoke to many people, and so one of the persons, in fact, a group of people were sitting and I interviewed them, including one of them was associated with some political party, not a leader, but a political party. So I told them, is it only because of traditional ties that you vote for these Maharajas and Maharanis, or you like them, or... So one of them responded, not exactly. For example, I asked about one particular person, Vasundhara Raje Scindia. So one person responded that, she could be Maharani in her own place, but here we basically look at what works they have done. We don't basically only look at the factor that they are Maharani or Maharaja. Another person responded, and he said that our grandfathers and forefathers had worked under them. They have provided employment to them for years. The hotels their palaces were converted into hotels, and there were several other employment avenues that these princes, because they had so many capital, social capital, financial capital, so they said that our generations were fed on them. They could feed our generations.
It is the idea that's patrimonialism, that the fact that someone gave me work, and I should be indebted for the fact that someone gave me work. And I worked, and I should be very indebted for the fact that, I got the opportunity to work, which is just paternalism. And our appropriation of paternalism and dynasticism. How is that any different?
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. I am not countering that. That was dynasty because I was mainly working on political dynasties, and that was the question that I wanted to raise. That what are the reasons? I'm not saying this was the dominant perspective that people gave me, but this was also one of the perspectives that yes, because they gave us employment, and there were other factors, so traditional factors. They revered them. In fact, there's a tradition in Mewar. I'm slightly diverting from the exact topic. There's a tradition in Mewar, if I'm not wrong, and since Gunjan is from the region, she will know better, where when the when there's this tradition of Raj Tilak, when Raj Tilak happens, and person from some community who's not a Kshatriya, yes, the Chandavats, I think they do the Tilak from the feet. And yes, feet. There was one. No, I'm not. No. I'm not mentioning that. I'm just telling you about the tradition, different traditions. That's not just the Kshatriyas or the Rajputs who are being revered, but there are also other communities which are connected with these communities through certain traditional practices, which I'm going to talk about. It's not just about the economic factor, or there are some other factors also that contribute to these. I'm just adding to the debate here.
Let's collect some more. I think you wanted to. Yes. My question is directed to Dr. Professor Subha. So you mentioned in your presentation about the cultural identity of people in Telangana movement superseding or predominantly being the larger identity sect over linguistic identity. So and then later towards the end of your presentation, you also mentioned about how KCR, who promised, became the face of the movement and now shifting to BRS and making their aspirations go national. So just three small questions to that. First being, do you think it has led to the subversion of the cultural identity of the very movement which you mentioned and traced the history for over the years? Second being, the current Telangana CM himself being, I mean, I work in the parliament, I work for not ideologically aligned, but as a LAM fellow, I work for TDP. So even if we want to counter the current CM, he still keeps praising his guru as Chandrababu Naidu. So seeing how the current dispensation in the state and the people who once promised how Telangana would look like, do you think people in the state feel betrayed, or is there a reimagination of cultural identity considering all these current scenarios? Yeah.
Thank you for your question. Well, when we cultural identity is a very fluid terrain, you know. It's very difficult to step into it. It's also muddy waters, you know, in the sense, you know, you can just be trapped in it. Yet at the same time, we have to also accept it's a dynamic, you know, concept. It's not static in that sense. In that sense, it has been reinventing itself. Like if you go back in history, we have even in Rig Veda, Aitareya Brahmana is also mentioned. There is a reference historically to this idea of, you know, cultural, you know, what you may call, you know, at least a definition of this, you know, or where they define as a separate identity, which is, you know, based on, you know, and if you go further towards the formation of Hyderabad state, and the Razakars movement and the freedom of Hyderabad state and all, you'll see that the Dakhini identity plays a major role in that movement, okay? From 1948 to 70s, you can say that was the predominant movement. But later on, from 70s onwards, it was very politically mobilized movement, the category itself. So in that sense, you know, what we have may recover as a cultural identity group of Telangana in 48, 56, 70 would be very different from that in 80s when NTR came to power, the first non-Congress government in Andhra Pradesh on the Sons of Soil theory. Okay, and then later on, although it was not directly related to Telangana identity, but he was invoking the identity of Telugu people as opposed to the, you know, because often in Delhi, for instance, if I say I'm from Andhra, they'll say, okay, you're a Tamilian. You know, that's what they'll say. You're from Madras. You know, that something happens that happened in our childhood, and it does happen now also. And that this is something which, I mean, at least, you know, some of my Kannadiga friends also face. You know, they also would be either called Malayalis or, you know, Tamilians, but not Kannadigas, or this is something. So as a cultural identity category, one has to remain open to this idea of the fact it's dynamic. And politics of cultural identity, one is definitely, we have to be conscious of the fact while there is an interplay of, these what you may call traditional leanings towards either language or culture or, your history at one level, politics will always keep reinventing that category in its own way. So power is definitely the underlying, what you may call the bedrock on which the cultural identity will, dynamically sort of change its sort of identity. So that's what happens in 2001 when KCR comes to power. He actually he broke away from TDP, KCR himself. Okay, and then he wanted a separate, he wanted a separate identity. There was a fallout between Chandrababu Naidu and KCR over something as innocuous as a speaker post within the assembly. But then he decided to invoke his identity, and then he set up and he waited for the time to come. And finally, Congress in 2014 would have never given up the United Andhra state, but for the fact that in 2009, Rajshekhar Reddy, died, and Roshaiya and Kiran Kumar Reddy took over as the chief ministers from Congress. But Jagan was insisting that he should be seen as the next political heir to the state, which the Congress was refusing. So what happens? Congress decided to see the separation of Telangana as a way to protect its vote bank in Telangana and let Andhra go to Jagan. Jagan will definitely contest the elections. 14, he will win, which he did not win, by the way. He will win, or TDP will win, but Congress is not going to win. So instead of losing the 42 seats, let's lose only 25 and at least save the 20-odd seats in Telangana. So, and KCR, it seems, had agreed behind the closed door talks. This is what when I interviewed some of the members for my research, they went on record to say it. KCR himself said that, off the record, that yes, I told that I will align, but politics, people would be hurt if I aligned. So while he agreed to Mrs. Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, that I will align this, my party into yours, but he did not do so. So in that sense, the cultural identity from 48 to 56, everything, if you see, has been reinventing itself, and to some extent, not only the people have been, but also the politics of the people who were leading this movement were also reinventing. Yet at the same time, one has to also be conscious of the fact that Telangana identity also is a shared normative reality of the people of Telangana, right? Somebody was just pointing out to the patron-client relationship. So there was this Velama dominance, and then, Dora and the peasants, landless peasants, they could never look up to the Velama identities, in that sense. So if you look at right now what's happening, from TRS to BRS, which I mentioned, now it has also gone to a second TRS, which KCR's daughter Kavita has just launched this month, okay? And what does it mean? They're seeking some kind of cultural relevance or legitimacy to that identity back again, and she's going to invent and reinvoke it. So while there is something, as you rightly pointed out, that people are feeling a sense of betrayal, there's definitely that. And that is the reason why BRS lost elections in 2024 and Revanth Reddy came. But Revanth Reddy is also a child, from TDP. So in that sense, his, most of the policies he follows, despite being in Congress, are very similar to those of TDP. But there is also a criticism that TDP is remote controlling both states. But whatever it is, on the ground reality, he's a congressman. But then we have to see what happens again in 2028. It might be a different story altogether. We don't know. We have to, 29, 28, or 20. No, they're saying the election this time will be held 1 year before. If you have been reading newspapers. Yeah, but recently, during the delimitation, session, there have been reports suggesting that one nation, one election. So therefore, there is, you have to take all these things together to see the larger picture of. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I am Madhav, third year undergraduate students at St. Stephen's College. I am doing history and political science. My question is directed towards Dr. Rachna Sharma. I particularly found your presentation interesting because you sought to situate feminist scholarship, especially Okin and Rudolph, among the whole idea of situated knowledge. But again, my question is that why would you only choose Okin and Rudolph and pitch them against each other and trying to find gaps between their scholarship? And while there are other people such as Carol Pateman and Gilligan, and especially Pateman, because her work in called The Sexual Contract, she looks forward to unpack a lot of things like you were talking about. It's okay. It's okay.
Actually, this was a co-author paper. So, Ranveer, would you like to answer? Yes. Why Okin?
Actually, not just Okin, because the ideas that were evoked were very similar to Carol Pateman, because she's also trying to critique the whole idea of a liberal state and Western political philosophy. So I found a lot of resonance between both the ideas.
Right, because I'm reading Okin, so I chose to reflect upon her works. Yeah. So that is the only reason.
Yeah, Sanjana. Is there a mic? Yeah, here.
Hello. Thank you for all of you for the papers. I'll probably ask very pointed questions so that you can give pointed answers. My first question is to the very first panel, to both Anushri and Gunjan. I understand that the panel was was specifically focusing on the Rajputana region and tradition, and of course borrowing from the essay that Rudolph wrote. But I want to ask you, what can we sort of also think about de-essentializing the Rajputana identity from your works itself? And I'll ask the questions that will sort of maybe prompt you to think about de-essentializing the Rajputana identity itself. So the first question is to Anushri. I like that you use the word technical know-how of democracy, and I'm sort of framing the question from there. And my question is that while you look at Rajputanas as one political dynasty, have you looked at other political dynasties in different parts of India, be it in the south, and how does it function differently? How does Rajputana, are there similarities or do they function differently? And if they do function differently, how does the technical know-how differ there, and how does it impact politics today? That's the first question. The second question that I have is to you only. And it's sort of, Gunjan, you can also take this up. Use of cultural symbolic and the entire cultural codes is something used not only by political dynasty and Rajputanas themselves, but many other caste groups as well in India, right? I am sort of thinking about Lucia Michelity's work on vernacularization of democracy and how Yadavs have used tracing their origins to Krishna and having a mythical understanding of their own past. How does then use of dynasty differ in Yadavs and Rajputs? So that's the other question. My other question is to Gunjan. I liked your paper a lot, but I have a little bit of a problem with it. And the problem comes from your own framing itself. While you did talk about how cultural codes and values are sort of adopted, absorbed, and and in how Dalits and women, I'm looking at these particular marginalized identities, how they sort of adopt these idioms, and they also practice similar kind of politics. The question, however, is that I thought that your presentation did not allude to was the way these marginalized identities navigate the internal questions that they have to face while reproducing a cultural pride of that particular region and navigating their own identities as marginalized communities, right? So I thought that there was a certain element of glorification of Rajputana ethics in your presentation, and I think this had come about previously also in some other workshop that you had presented. And that glorification, I feel, is sort of not opening you up to how identities themselves navigate these cultural codes and rights for themselves. And also, again, asking about the de-essentialization of Rajputana identity that I had posed in the first part of my question. All castes, that the 5 constitutive elements that you mentioned of Rajputana identity, honor and valor, and these are very much constitutive of other castes as well, right? Other castes also have similar values in them. Then how do you see Rajputana identity being different from these other castes? And in the question of caste pride itself, do you also see a very much a presence of anti-democratic potential as well, which I think alludes to what Ganesh and Vignesh presented in their part of their papers. So that is the first set of questions to you both. I have more questions for other speakers. Should I continue or should I let the two respond and then?
Finish asking everyone you want to ask.
Okay. All right. The next question is to Abhijit. Since I also work on Karnataka, I was able to sort of understand how the politics works there. My primary question is that while you look at Marathi and Kannada as competing, I like that you differed it from how Kannada versus Hindi and Marathi versus Hindi hasn't really been, but Kannada versus Hindi, but focusing at the interlinguistic contestation. The irony of it all is that even though Kannada linguistic movement, the Gokak movement particularly, had an emancipatory potential, had a long socialist lineage, was ultimately and has been ultimately appropriated by the right wing, and Janaki Nayar's essay points to that, right? So both these movements, the Marathi and the Kannadiga linguistic movement, have sort of turned rightward. Do you see synergies there between these two movements? And if you could, yeah, sure. The other question is to Sana, and I liked your presentation about how Turkey and India are sort of have similar education field as the contested site in both these countries. I do not know much about Turkey, but with regards to India, the idea of decolonizing, right, and the right wing has sort of taken up decolonization as a political project for themselves. Universities have also become a space for alternative knowledge production, right? They're not just... Huh?
Can you repeat the last sentence again?
So the right wing has taken decolonization as a political project for itself. And they have used university not just to shut down dissent, but also as sites for their own knowledge production and alternative knowledge production that challenges the erstwhile secular project, right? So the right wing also uses the language of hyper-modernity and scientific temper, something that the Nehruvian era also uses. So even if they want to talk about something traditional, they use the language of scientific temper. How do you see this in your... this question in light of your paper?
Thank you for the question, Sanjana, right? Okay, so I'll very briefly respond since you've asked other speakers too. First, the question whether I studied other political dynasties or not. My fieldwork mainly focused on Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. And I basically sort of, categorize them into quote-unquote blue-blooded dynasties, the royal political dynasties, and quote-unquote democratic dynasties. Democratic dynasties, this is the coinage with, because ma'am mentored me. Democratic dynasties were those who did not trace any lineage from the hereditary, quote-unquote. They did not inherit it. They did not come from the royal background. They were product of completely democratic process. And the blue-blooded ones, of course, and we find many of them from Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. I could have picked up other states too, but linguistic issue and other, because of language and others, I did not, but yeah. I am coming to that. Yes, I'm coming to that. So I did not do a detailed study of other states, but yes, I have some idea about it. But one thing definitely that I would like to mention as far as Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh or other royal dynasties are concerned, that the technical know-how I borrowed from Zephyr Lowe, I would not attribute it to myself. So Zephyr Lowe writes in one of the essays that technical know-how, and especially when he's writing on Sindhyas, that how they adapted themselves to the new rules of the game. And similarly, when we read Rudolphs, in the very beginning in essays on Rajputana, they say that, they're not saying this was an easy transition. There was a lot of overlapping happening. There was a lot of resistance coming from the Rajputana when this new change was happening. Right from being politically a dominant community, a dominant class community, whatever you call it, to somebody who was trying to accommodate themselves with the Britishers, and then at the end, trying to be part of the Indian nation, I would say, and integration. And even on that, what I was suggested by when I was doing my PhD, I would suggest you should also, you may have read V.P. Menon's Integration of the Princely States, where how difficult it was to enter, and all these princely states came up with different interests. It was very difficult to negotiate with them. So probably these royal political dynasties, they had the traditional social capital apart, and then they also tried to fit into the modern notions of public service. And that did not happen easily, as I told you. As I mentioned in my presentation, that definitely came with British intervention. Otherwise, there was a sense of entitlement, I would say. That they said that this is our entitlement to rule and not to serve. Service came, of course, and when we talk about democratic dynasties, whether it is Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, or any other state in India, the dynasties which are product of democratic process, I think many of these new political parties, including the TRS, which is now the BRS, is also forming into political dynasties. Most of these, you look at most of the parties in Bihar, where I come from, they are dynastic parties. And one question that I would just flag it off, because if I'll have time, maybe we can talk over tea also, that there's a lot of question about the idea of merit when it comes to other political dynasties across, that ability, merit. Is it okay for democracies to have dynasties? Aren't these contradictory terms? How can these coexist? So one factor that I very honest answer that I believe the person gave me, one of the persons when I spoke to, he was a state chief of one of the political parties, major political parties, I can name it, but he said that, I said that your party also has many candidates who come from certain political families, but you are accusing the Congress of it. So he said, we look at ability, and he used two terms, I translated it, winnability and ability. उन्होंने बोला सक्षम कितने हैं, एक तो हम देखते हैं अपनी पार्टी में कितने एबल हैं और जीत कितने सकते हैं. Two factors he said that is important for ticket distribution. And in India we see democracies often survive on party politics. So therefore winnability and ability. But what happens, winnability factor is highly being guided by not just social capital but financial capital also. What Kanchan Chandra in her book talks about, that why do have so many political dynasties and why do political parties give tickets to these candidates? Because also that with state power is associated with certain benefits associated with state politics or with institutions of power. So everyone wants to go, and democracy, the entire electoral process in India is a very costly affair. The Election Commission has set limit that you can't spend beyond this limit, but we all know the reality. Even in panchayat elections, crores of money is being spent. We know that. That's the reality. So economic factors, social capital, and of course, quote-unquote, caste factor works a lot when it comes to dynasty politics and its proliferation. Thank you.
Sanjana, thank you for your question. So, as you mentioned, that use of cultural symbols, it happens in other parts of our country as well, and then the kind of arguments that we are trying to make about Rajputana might as well resonate with, other caste associations in different, so as you gave the examples of Yadavs, But I would say what I am trying to locate is how this particular category of Rajput ethics shapes the political culture of an entire state. So I would like to quote the first two sentences of the official website of Rajasthan's tourism department. Rajasthan, the land of kings, is about the saga of warriors and about courage, romance, glory, and tragedy. Heroism and romance resonates from the impressive monuments that splendidly stand to tell the tale of the bygone era. So you understand a difference here is it's not just a particular caste. Obviously, for your PhD, you would pick a particular caste group and you will work on it. But and also, when you accuse me of glorifying Rajput ethic, basically, it's just one aspect of my research where I'm trying to understand how Rajput ethic shapes the political culture of Rajasthan. But that is being done because I would actually say I'm exposing the idea of Rajput ethic here because I'm trying to locate how that normalizes gender-based violence in Rajasthan. So I would not glorify. No. I'm just trying to explain what difference, if you say, like, I understand it resonated well with you because anybody from any other state would, anything that we talk about state and society, and we take a particular example from one particular state, it would resonate well with others because we have bits and pieces of those cultures and rituals across the Indian, context. But I think with Rajasthan particularly, and the distinction that I was trying to make here is how the category of Rajput ethics shapes the entire political culture of Rajasthan, and it has shaped for over so many decades and continues to shape. So the argument that I was trying to make today was how it continues to shape and what is the contemporary relevance of it. So maybe we can discuss it later because I have other things. It's just the one objective of my research, so maybe that will make it more clear. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, Sanjana, thank you for the question. I mean, you are totally right in identifying that Gokak movement had the socialist leaning. Even for that matter, the Marathi movement in Belgaum also had communist, to be very precise, in the beginning it had Fuleite traditions. In fact, one of the newspaper which was very active in Belgaum was Rashtraveer, which is considered as, which is still there, it's still functioning. So Rashtraveer was very active, and from Fuleite tradition, it went. There were communists also. CPI is still active. CPI, in fact, Comrade Krishna Mense, who was very active in Belgaum movement, was also active in Goa liberation movement. So I interviewed his son also, Comrade Krishna Anand Mense also in that. Basically, in 1967, what is happening is there is this fallout of the communists from the Marathi movement. So basically, they are distancing themselves on the question of Mahajan Commission. In the initial phases, communists were like, we shouldn't have a one member commission, and that's how they followed from the movement. But they didn't actively participate, but they supported it. The recent trends which you highlighted, the Hindutvaization within the Karaway also, and also is happening in Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti also. I'll specifically cite one example. I don't know if you might have heard this news or not, but in Belgaum there was this one organization which poisoned the school water tank because the principal was a Muslim. That was done by this one group called Shri Ram Sena. And Shri Ram Sena has again two groups. One is Pramod Muthali groups, as you might be knowing, and the other is Konduskar. So I interviewed Konduskar also. And Konduskar is very active in Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti now. And surprisingly, after the present president, he might be the one who will be leading the organization. So yes, there is this Hindutvaization happening. That is what happened even in Goa also, for Maharashtravadi Gomantak Sangha also. That happened, the Hindutvaization. And then while talking to Comrade Anand Mense, he also specified how, so he placed this question that when you are Hindu, you are not Kannada anymore and you are not a Marathi anymore. So that the old guards are still thinking about it and are skeptical about the Hindutva takeover also. And one of the reporter also highlighted how there is how Muslims who were earlier supporters of Maharashtra movement, Marathi movement, are now distancing themselves because of this Hindutva tilt. In fact, Dalits have also, the last Dalit person was Vijay More. After that, there is a distance from MES activist. Yeah, activities.
Hello.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Within the Lingayats, yeah. and Lingayat are very dominant in Karavi also. So they have this, yeah.
So I'll begin with the point that I do concede that decolonization and the larger terrain of culture, identity, politics is a very slippery slope, right? Where do you begin talking about emancipatory and indigeneity, but do you end up with this kind of a right-wing understanding of decolonization? And I think personally speaking, there are very good reference points. A is history. You look at the view of history. Now, the right-wing decolonization has a revisionist view of history versus what I pointed out was a historiography that is downplaying or missing some things, right? So this is a reading of history that has certain blind spots and missed spots, something that the subaltern school of thought covers really well, right? So there is a fundamental difference when there is a revisionist view of history, the idea that you completely take we are in a post-truth world, you take up a myth, you make it into an objective history versus subaltern historical view of thought. And the second reference point is always, to look at the location of power, all right? Now, when we talk about identity politics, both, for example, when the Jats of Bharatpur are rallying for an OBC quota in the central list versus the Dalits of, the Dalits of a certain, in the same state, or the Bhils of the tribe, demanding that the ST has a subcategorization. Now, the difference is that the Jats have been the ruling power, right? They've historically had power. They were very close to the location of power, right? So, two reference points to have a fundamental differentiation between where is decolonization genuine, because decolonization has an inherently emancipatory force versus rewriting history completely, right? For example, J. Sai Deepak's argument that caste is a colonial construct can be very easily debunked. We should still take him seriously, but can be very easily debunked versus some of the charges that the subaltern school of thought, history school of thought would have against the nationalist or Marxist historiography.
Okay. Madam, one point. I would like to ask something. I'm KK Rao Chaudhary. I'm basically an engineer, but I take interest in such subjects also. So as a non-subject person, I have been sitting throughout the day and enjoyed the discussions very immensely. One factor, question of the day is found to be missing. So I add that factor, to be brief, what Rudolph's paradigm would respond to a changing scenario, emerging changing scenario, rather becoming a monster, the technology, AI and all those things to influencing all our reflections, digital divide. Amongst caste, there are, SCs, STs, who may be using shared mobiles. Then AI is developed where there is caste bias in that development. LLMs have that bias. How would you respond to?
No, I think that's a question that will require another day of conference. But I think we have come to the very end. There's a tea waiting, and thank you. I just would like to say a couple of things before I hand over to Jubakshi Chakravarti for the vote of thanks. I think we gathered here to commemorate, to celebrate, to think through Rudolph's lives and works. One of the methodological questions that kept coming, that they kept returning to in all their works, given the fact that they worked on so many different themes, education, caste, Indian state, political economy, cultural politics, media, was that a good researcher has to work in the field both off stage and on stage. Much before Scott said, I think Rudolphs are already as great political ethnographers. What it meant was that you may do the field work, field research, whichever methodology you use, whether conventional political science methodology or the kind they used, a very deep sort of interpretative, thick descriptive, taking Georgian methodology, which was very dear to them. Whichever methodological framework you do take, and I think all the presenters have shown us how different methodology can actually engage with the same material and can have different responses and interpretation. It has to be thick, it has to be embedded, it has to be contextual. It cannot be based on some ahistorical, anachronistic, a priori assumptions. And at the same time, it cannot be simply a question of rational choice to which they protested. So I think the lessons we can take from their work, their writings, is we must remain true to the field and how we create the field and how the field can be sustained over a long period of time. We generally lose interest. After PhD, we want to take some time off and we don't want to visit our field. But here were two of them who I felt never got tired. Every single day was a new day of thinking and writing for them. What sustained them so much? Was it the beautiful relationship they had with their subject? I mean, the amazing understanding of each other. They were not simply couple, but they were also two scholars who were interlocutors with each other. They deeply consented and dissented from each other, but they collaborated throughout their life. And that made the entire experience so very beautiful and rewarding. But at the same time, one could take a seat some time back and think, I have produced enough, why to work anymore? But would you believe me that a month before, I was telling this to somebody, a month before Suzanne passed away, her brother visited her in the hospice hospital where she was. She rose up from her hospital bed and read her brother's paper and reviewed it and gave it back to him. So that was the zeal, that was the passion, that was the desire, that was probably the dream they wanted to live through till the end, and also maybe think about the better future for all of us by leaving such a huge legacy for all of us. So I just want to thank each one of you. You presented such beautiful papers, wrote at your supervisor's scolding, mild scolding, I would say. But thank you so much, each one of you. And before I give it to Jubakshi, I would just like to say that it would not have been possible without Leni and Jubakshi, who are just there to give us all kind of, not just logistical support, which of course they have given, but I think they have always been, this is my third or fourth event being organized here, always so receptive, so welcoming, and so adaptive. I think that's where you connect with Rudolphs. Thank you so much. Bakshi, if you could give a vote of thanks. It's up to you. Yeah, before everybody gets dispersed, we have to have a picture. Professor Anand Kumar wanted, but he left.
While
he
we were
wanted
sitting, we did take some photos, and I'm thinking in the reception area,
okay.
There is good lighting. So
He told me yesterday we should have a group photograph.
Yeah, so when you were sitting here, we
Okay.
got some photos.
All right.
All of you when you were sitting.
Okay,
That's why I wanted to sit here. Good afternoon, everyone. As we come to the close of this enriching workshop on revisiting the Rudolphs Intellectual Legacy, it is my privilege on behalf of the UChicago Center in Delhi to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to Professor Asha Sarangi. Your guidance as program advisor for this workshop, along with your intellectual leadership, has been invaluable. it's always a pleasure working with you, and we're glad that this workshop, which was in the works since November last year or even before, finally happened in April this year. We're equally grateful to Professor Anand Kumar, who unfortunately had to leave. He joined us all the way from Goa, and his presence and reflections added immense depth to our discussions today. It is especially meaningful to have both of our two distinguished alumni of the University of Chicago here today who joined us, who made this workshop extremely special. And before I continue with this vote of thanks, I would like to request Dr. Lenny Chaudhary to hand a small token of gratitude that we have for Professor Sarangi. Unfortunately, Professor Kumar had to leave, but we're very grateful. Yeah. I would also like to thank all our speakers for their thoughtful and engaging papers. Across today's panels, we saw such a rich exploration of themes from caste and democracy to federalism, identity, and the enduring interplay of traditions and modernity. These discussions truly embodied the spirit of the Rudolphs' work, continuing to question, reinterpret, and expand our understanding of India's political and social landscape. To our audience, the students, scholars, and our alumni, thank you for your active participation. Thank you for waiting post-lunch, the ones who are still here, and for contributing so meaningfully to the final Q&A that we had here. A special mention and a special thanks to Professor Tista Bakchi for your remarks. You have always been a continuing supporter of the center and our programs. This workshop would not have been possible without the dedicated efforts of the UChicago Center in Delhi team, Dr. Lenny Chaudhary, Devnidhi, Manoj, Vijay, and our whole team, as well as our wonderful interns Kajal and Niyati, who have been documenting this entire workshop, posting on LinkedIn, Instagram. All of you, we would like to tag you if that's fine. I would also like to extend a special thanks to Ganesh and Gunjan, who I have been coordinating with since the past 5 days. They have last-minute messages, last-minute coordinations. It's been really helpful. Thank you so much for the two of you for your help. Finally, thank you to everyone who's joined and made this workshop a truly engaging and intellectual session. We hope today's conversations will continue beyond this room, to the tea outside and beyond, hopefully. And thank you and have a wonderful rest of your evening.
And big thank you to you.
Thank you. Thank you.